Plink. 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 Oh, hey there. Plink. 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 Oh, plink fish. Balloon head fish, what the fuck? Are you asking ChatGPT every day for new insults? Is that where you get them from? Plink. Plink. SpongeBob. Hammers is an AI. Hammers. I can't believe you didn't know about Plink. I had no idea Plink existed. I love Plink. I watched LCS yesterday and there was a lot of plinking going on. I love Plink. Right? I'll fuck with this emote. It's so good. There's a plonk emote. What does plonk do? I had no clue. So happy you added plink. Plink. Give us plonk.
Ahoy, Lily.
Ahoy! Oh, that was it! I thought usually there's a follow-up. Now I need to know what plonk is. Okay, first I do what I'm supposed to do. Chat, I have no schedule for next week. What do I do? What do I do? Make one? Oh shit, damn, I never thought about that. Dude, that's crazy. Wait, actually, just wing it. Take the week off and play WoW? Oh my god, wait, actually? Wait, Loki? Wait, chat, Loki? Ban that guy. Shut up, I need content. My channel's dying. Plink. I'm down for the WoW part. I never expected. Ever since I streamed WoW, people have been asking for a while. Kinda crazy.
Womp womp.
Wow. 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 Plinka. Where's my plonk? Give me a second. I'll get you your plonk very soon.
Hi Lily, how are you doing today? Shy Pat.
We're gonna watch SCPs tonight. It's SCP night. Yippee! I have to handle something real quick. Mobby. Okay, now I can check out Plonk. Plonk. Where's Plonk? I can't find Plonk. It gives me Plink instead.
Homesick from work. Bright side is I can watch entire Lily stream for once.
Let's go. Thank you. We have another Plink though. There's 2 Plinks. Wait, which Plink do we want more? Do we want the white Plink? There's this Plink as well. Wait, I'll show you the Plink. There's the other Plink. I think the white Plink looks better, doesn't it? Plonk has been stormed. Yeah, the white one looks funnier. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same one. Like the white one is Plink, but just stretched. White Plink. Okay, I disable. Boop, boop. Yeah, white equals funny. Exactly. There's a crunch still. I think we have the crunch. Yeah, we have the crunch. We have crunch. We just don't have. We didn't have Plink. I think Plink and Crunch are the same cat. Oh, holy shit. Arizona. What the?
I heavily recommend to watch SCP Overlord. It's not a file reading, but it's top tier SCP content of how SCPs get discovered/contained.
I'll check it out. I'll see it. Holy shit. Arizona, what the fuck? Thank you for the 20 gifted. What? Yeah, we have crunch. We have the Windows sound so dang. Dank Windows sound. So Plonkaroo. I think I can come out.
It's not
Plonk.
Blink or Plonk related, but I'd love an 07 emote. Surprised we don't have one, Kek.
How does the 07 emote? It's this one, isn't it? I know which one you mean. Wait, there's 2. Wait, which one is it? Is it this one? No, it's this one. Yeah, it's a yellow emoji doing like the 07 thing. This one. ASMR fish. You know what? That might be. Yeah, I think I can put that into next week. I think we can add some ASMR. Aye, Captain. Yeah, I don't know what to do next week. I think ASMR will be fine. Maybe Friday, Saturday, something like that.
Hi Lily, how are you doing on this warm Sunday? Wishing you a wonderful evening full of womps and stuff like that. Womp womp. Shy nodders, shy nodders, shy love, shy love, shy love, shy rave, shy rave. Can we please add Nikkei to next week's schedule? Please, I beg. It's been
so
over
long.
a month since we
I
had
missed
Nikkei
the
time with
outfit,
you
even though
people.
you guys
She's lovely.
reminded me all the fucking time. Yeah, it's been a hot while since we had Nikkei. Dude, I bit my cheek earlier. Now it's just swollen. It makes me lisp because sometimes I can't bite down without biting on my cheek again. It's all swollen and now it just blocks my teeth. Oh, 7 cheek. It's so annoying. It sounds the same. Yeah, it probably sounds the same, but it's just like I keep biting. It's so swollen. Every time I open my mouth and close it, I bite onto it. Every time. It's so swollen. I had noodles earlier and I bit on it and now it's just always there. No, it wasn't bleeding at all. I don't think so. Anyways. But it's very swollen now. And now, yeah, now I keep biting it accidentally all the fucking time. And it's just like... It keeps getting worse, not better, I think. Yeah, it's like I bit on it once, real bad, and now it's like it's swollen. And now it just I bite on it again. Does it happen a lot?
Emotional damage.
That too. I wouldn't say a lot, but it does happen occasionally if I eat while being distracted, yeah. I tend to do that sometimes. I'm just like munching away while doing other stuff. I'm not gonna deny it doesn't happen every once in a while. Yeah. Do it. Yes. The problem with doing it once is that I have to keep in mind for the next couple of days that I bit my cheek, and I have to keep it in mind every time while talking and eating, and I forget, and then I bite on it again. Ew. But is WoW still meant to be up in the panels? Ah, it's whatever. I don't really care about these small things like panels and whatnot and removing them in time. I'm like, whatever, bro. They pay good money to be there. I can forget to remove them for a couple days. Sometimes I don't remove a panel until next sponsor. Yeah, the more people click it, the better, but usually we have to send in the stats after the sponsor, so it doesn't really matter if the panel stays up or not. But I just don't care. It's a good game. I think people should click the panel. Dude, I feel so much better. I feel so much better. Holy plunk. Holy plink. Holy plink plunk. So much better. It's crazy. You'll feel a what now? You'll feel a what? Like yesterday my headache was insane. I also at some point... Oh, my fucking cheek, bro. I also at some point like I went to bed and I just watched TV instead. I watched LCS because I couldn't stand sitting on my PC anymore. I was in pain. I just wanted to eat. But now it's good. Now I feel great. I'm happy again. Stupid headache yesterday. Oh my god, it was getting so bad. Like after stream, it just continued getting worse. It was really like pounding my brain. Yeah, and then I went to bed early and I slept like 10 fucking hours. I think. I don't know. Maybe not quite. Maybe more like 9. But still. I needed that. I needed the extra rest and just... Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. I needed that. It was good. A quick 10-hour power nap. Dude, Dude, yes. Sometimes you feel like you sleep the day away. Like when I woke up today and I looked at the time, I'm like, damn, no way, it's already so late. I got barely anything done and I have to stream soon. But my body needed that. My body needed that real good. And I'm glad I was able to and didn't have an alarm to wake up to. I needed that big time. Yeah, I needed the recharge. Very, very, very big.
Lily gets some form of pounding and now she sits here and complains. You can really never do her right, SMH.
Shut the fuck up. Fuck you! Fuck's your problem? Yeah, like, it feels so good, but now the day is gone. But so is my headache, so I'm very happy. I can't complain. I can move my face again without every movement hurting. And the closer we got to, like, nighttime, the more my head was hurting by just existing. Like, at some point, it wasn't just that I didn't want to move as much anymore. At some point, it was like a problem with I can't even exist without my head just like hammering, just boom, 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 boom. Dude, for real, that headache had hands. No, I didn't catch something. I think it just happens. I don't know. Trigger points? What's that? I don't think so. What is that? Minty! Dude, for real! Can't move my face. VTuber nightmare. Ew! No, I didn't take anything. I usually raw dog things until, like, it becomes a problem. A muscle knot, mostly in the shoulders? I don't think so, no. I think it was just a regular old headache that just happened. I think they just happen. I don't think there always needs to be a reason. Sometimes you're just exhausted. Not stressed out, but sometimes you just had, like, stuff. Sometimes it's literally just the weather, the atmosphere. The change in atmosphere sometimes can be enough to just, like, get you a headache, even though you have a good time and you're well rested. Sometimes it's just the fucking atmosphere, bro. Yep, and almost always it's just a matter of sleeping it off. No meds, no nothing, just a good old 9-hour power nap. Yeah, and sometimes, you know, you play a little bit of too much World of Warcraft, the War Within. A little bit. Tiny bit. Little tiny bit. Maybe it was WoW all along. Yeah, for me, playing WoW is the cure. And yesterday it got so bad, I didn't even get to play WoW. Plink. Plink. Can you imagine? I logged off WoW. Plink. I love the new emote, it's so good. That's horrible, I know! You're so strong for that. I logged off. Crazy. Crazy, I know. Crazy. Loggers, she a goner. Just going around urbing and fishing with the WoW music on is doing wonders. Hell yeah.
Lily touches grass in game and still gets sick. She is so down bad that she overslaps her stick and then wonders why she is so tired. At least one thing is always consistent, she is maidenless.
fucking hate when Brian says fucking hate when he says it. So annoying. Momo, thank you. He's fucking meditating.
On a lighter note, hope you are feeling better, Aqua Princess.
Aqua Princess. I feel so much better. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. I feel. Oh my goodness. Rika-chan. Thank you. The play grade. Wait, oh my god. It's so late though. Holy shit. You've been pumping till now? That's crazy. Holy. Thank you for raid. Thank you, thank you. We just started. We're gonna do SCPs later. She was cooking lasagna. Oh my goodness. I can't wait. I have to make sure I get some Rico time for myself. I'll kidnap her, and when she comes over, I'll force her to make lasagna. I will exploit her cooking. She'll have all this kitchen space that was never used. Yep, solid plan, that's right.
I can't wait to see the pups and Charlie having a pool party Thursday.
The pups and Charlie? Who the fuck is Charlie? And tiramisu? What the fuck? Dude! That's crazy! Charlie bit my finger. Oh, Charlie? Is that what Cinder's pup is called? Charlie? That's Charlie? I thought it was just a parapup. I thought it was Chad. I thought it was Chad, a parapup. That specific one is called Charlie. Oh my. I thought that was Chad. I thought it was the parapups. So it's a parapup named Charlie. Okay. It's Charlie specifically. Okay. It's Charlie. Charlie. He's our representative. The peepees. Yeah, you just have to add some sass. Charlie. Well, I hope you had a good time. Enjoy your dinner. Man, now I'm hungry too, but I basically had a lasagna in form of pasta. It's basically lasagna the long way. Kind of. Don't plink me. Yeah, I had spaghetti bolognese, which is like the long way lasagna. With broccoli. Oh, I would love some broccoli. Dude, oh, now you make me want to have broccoli, dude. I haven't had brock in a while. A nice fresh brock. A few pieces for me. The rest of the pieces for the pan. Put some butter inside. Some salt. Water. Let that bitch simmer for like 10 minutes. Till all the water is gone. Make some eggs on the side. Banger. So good. You can also top off the brock with What's it called? It's called paprika. What is? Wait, I'm missing. I unlearned the word. What's called? Bell pepper. There we go. The bell pepper. There. Yeah. You can top it off with bell pepper too. It's so tasty. Very yum. I do not like bell peppers. Well then grow the fuck up, cause bell pepper. Ow. Karma. I bit my cheek again. Karma. Ow. Loser. What the fuck?
Making me hungry here, shy drool.
It's so good. It's super tasty. Oh. Can I has bite too of what? My cheek? Which one? Which cheek? All of them? What do you... Oh?
Stop chewing on yourself, cease.
I'm trying not to. It's very painful, but it's so swollen, and now I just keep biting onto it. I have to pressure it so the swelling goes outside.
I like ducks and turtles.
I never had a turtle before, but duck's very tasty. Yeah. I love duck. Duck's yummy. Turtle I never had. No!
The eternal battle continues. Lily versus chat. Who will win? No one knows.
Me. Always. Me. What do turtles taste like? I don't know. I don't think... Is there even much meat on a turtle? They seem very scaly and muscular. They don't seem very tasty.
If a diet doesn't work, eat something.
Dude, unironically, I don't know why the concept of dieting is so overcomplicated. If that makes sense. Like, unironically, to diet properly, you need to eat. You just need to eat the right things. And maybe the recommended amounts. But it doesn't mean that you should stay away from everything unhealthy. Never have a soda in your life anymore. Never a piece of chocolate. Don't help yourself to some cake. Or have some chippies. Or whatever floats your boat. Or have some takeout every once in a while, like the fast food kind. You know. You need a healthy balance of everything. Even the quote-unquote unhealthy stuff. Because honestly, it's only unhealthy because we eat it way too much. And the most important part is eat when hungry. I also noticed that many people who struggle with they are more hungry after
this
eating.
This is for my brothers and sister, you evil Orca.
The fuck? Dude, I swear, when hungry, you have to feed. But the problem I see many people do is they eat a very quote-unquote empty meal. They will eat some french fries, right? Let's just take french fries as example. Nothing wrong with that. But then they are hungry and they eat french fries again. And then shortly after they're hungry again and they eat french fries again. The The problem is, you're only feeding yourself one type of meal. It's not gonna work out. You need, like, most importantly, what I feel most people struggle with when they have eating issues is protein. You would be surprised how much appetite is being suppressed and the need to eat and fill your stomach if you have a healthy protein intake. You need a healthy protein intake. You need proteins, bro. There's no way around it. You need proteins. Proteins fill you up real good and make you actually feel fulfilled, which is the most important part of dieting. You need to be able to eat and feel fulfilled and not hungry again after like 5 minutes. Slicks, thank you for the dough! Thank you, thank you, thank you!
There is a cooking tuber I watch, who makes breakfasts around the world. He observed how interesting the Japanese breakfast is. Rice, fish, soup, veggie. You would think that's a lot, but no, it's all about well-balanced small portions.
That's what always bothers me when people talk about these cultures, because they hear, for example, oh, they have rice and fish and soup and veggies. And it's like, yeah, but they don't have the American portion sizes of all of these things combined in a singular meal, man. They have a few pieces of fish, 2-3 spoons of rice, and some carrots, broccoli, and peas. It's the balance in things. It's like half a plate full of stuff, but it's a big variety of ingredients. You know, and then they have like a small little broth to slurp on the side, in like a very small, like usually the portion size is like this. Usually every ingredient's portion size is... I can only find dressing bowls, what the fuck? Wait a second. I'm trying to... Wait a second. It's like this. A weird ad for something. I don't know what they're trying to advertise, but... it's very similar to this. You see? Where this might be... this one right here might be the rice. This one might be the soup bowl. Then they have some pieces of fish in here. And that's already kind of it. And then some veggies in this bowl. And then all of it combined makes basically one bigger bowl that, you know... like that. I want tacos now. I'm sorry. It's because of all the extra preservatives and chemicals in all of food nowadays. I'm gonna be honest. People need to take their tinfoil hat off and stop blaming chemicals and preservatives. Nothing wrong with whatever body type you are, but I feel like lots of people who want to diet and fail like to just blame everything but themselves. Usually. It's like, of course, some things have preservatives. Some things have quote-unquote chemicals. But the definition of chemicals is so blown out of proportions. There's plenty preservatives that are completely what society considers biological. It's like so many preservatives are just made out of what you guys would consider bio, and they just use that to preserve food easier. I'm not saying all of it is like that. But like I said, people need to remove that tinfoil hat and shove like a freaking meat obelisk into their mouth and then like, is this one natural? It's like, brother, it's ham. It's a fucking meat obelisk. You think that just naturally falls off the animal like that? It's not fucking natural. Of course it's full of shit. Yum, meat steak. Yeah, it's very natural.
You should make a distinction between the additives in the EU and the USA. In the EU there are 400, in the USA over 20,000.
Well, you see, as someone who doesn't live in the US, I can only talk about the European problems, but be assured, trust me from first-hand experience, we too have people that would like... Again, you be whatever the fuck size you wanna be. No one gives a shit. If you're happy, the people around you need to be happy, right? We're talking purely about people that want to change or have to because of health issues. Maybe they have genuine health concerns. Some people do get out of hand. They want to change, but they blame everything and everyone but themselves on why the change isn't happening. And we have that in the EU as well. Yeah, if they happy, they happy. Who gives a shit? If they happy, they happy. But it's like there's this comedian I love. He calls himself Fluffy, cause well he is to put it nicely, a larger guy. And he is happy. He is so happy and so loved. He is so happy and so loved. But when you look at your family and your kid, and you come to realize that as much as you're happy being fluffy, you need to be slightly less fluffy if you value having more than the next maybe 5, maximum 10 years with them, you change your view. He is super cool. We watch some of his videos. He is amazing. Love him. He is a definition of be whatever shape you want as long as you're happy, but he clearly wasn't happy with his diagnosis of his drastically shortened lifespan if he keeps up what he's keeping up, you know? So it's more so for people like that know that they have to have a change in life. They are no longer happy with the outcome that they've put themselves in. Oh, Fluffy lost a fuck ton of weight. Yeah, he did. He talked about it in one of his shows, and it's because he had to. It was a health concern. The doctor was basically more or less, well, if you want to see your son for X amount of years longer, you have to kind of change your diet a bit. And he talks about it in like a really fun, like educational way, where he still pokes fun at it, but also, you know, highlights the importance of he is happy until, you know, his life expectancy was diminished, and that did not make him happy anymore. So he tried to find the middle ground, you know. Yeah, he's done insane progress. I'm really happy for him. Yeah, in the end of the day, it's accepting who and what you are, but you have to also be realistic, and some people are very happy and acceptant of how and who they are, which is completely fine. But some people are not so happy with the consequences of that lifestyle, and then they want to change, which, you know, completely fair. But oftentimes where they fail is blaming everything and everyone but themselves. And if I could ever give you a tip, it would be to have plenty protein intake. Protein is very filling in a good way. You need protein. A lot of the cravings that people have and can't live without is usually linked to protein and water. Oh my god, yes, Valdivia, yes! Protein and water. A lot of times when people are hungry, but they are full, it's because they're lacking water. And the body isn't used to, for some reason, to get the water from, well, water. So the body wants food because food usually has any amount of hydration as well in it. And it's just like kind of trying to survive on whatever you give it, whatever the body's used to, you know? Protein and water is crazy. It goes hard in a diet. Protein and water. Also, one thing I think is very stupid that I hate when people make fun of someone that wants to work on their weight, when they put dressing in a salad. And here's my hot take. Lots of people who want to lose some weight don't want to be a skinny stick. They just want to lose enough weight to not have health concerns, which is fine, or less health concerns. There is nothing wrong with putting dressing on your salad if that enables you to have a healthy, natural intake of certain ingredients you wouldn't otherwise be able to eat. Because one of the most important things about diet is having meals that feel fulfilling, if that makes sense. You need to feel fulfilled. If you have to force a meal in, you're not gonna keep up with it.
Ahoy streamers.
Ahoy!
Yes, you right. We shouldn't blame everything. I made once 40 days no sugar challenge, and let me tell you something. In every fucking thing is sugar.
Yep,
Why is in my cheese, salami, and natural nut mix, no nut joke here, so much sugar add?
Yep, also just in bread and other stuff. You'll be surprised how much of your daily recommended sugar intake and salt as well. Oh my god, I'm not sure if America is like this or if they have a bigger sugar issue, but here in the EU we have a big sodium issue. We literally already fix our daily sodium intake eating like a slice of bread, which is crazy. Like, salt is in fucking everything. It's everywhere, bro. It's crazy. US also has a major sodium issue. Yeah, we too. Like, salt is also crazy. Salt is in everything we eat, bro. We have both. US bread is considered cake in EU. Yeah, I think at some point, depending on how much sugar and calories something has, in a dough form, it would be considered cake, yeah. Yeah, salt is used as a preservative very commonly, yeah. So yeah, again, if you need to put a decent amount of dressing onto your salad to eat the salad, if that makes you enjoy it, that is still so much better than ordering your third portion of fries to fill the void. Because that salad is gonna sit there for a while. And even if you're hungry not that long after, you can always add some chicken or have a protein shake with it. Because, like I said, protein is so important when it comes to feeling like your meal is fulfilling. Yeah. Third portion of fries. So, like I said, here's the thing with a non-balanced diet. I explained this earlier. You may not have been here. I used fries as an example. A lot of people's dietary issues come from a lack of, like, variety in foods. Precisely fast food. Most fast food is very similar in structure, where it lacks moisture, it has fuck all fiber, too much salt or sugar, and very little to no proteins as well. It's very calorie heavy but very empty calories. If you eat a handful of fries, you'll be very hungry very shortly after. If you eat a handful of salad, you will still be somewhat hungry shortly after, but not nearly as shortly after as with the fries, if that makes sense. Not sure if I can explain this properly. I'm not a dietitian, but I had to, for family reasons, look
Also,
very deep
chat,
into a diet.
if you think you're eating normal or below normal and can't lose weight, have your doctor check both your testosterone level and for a possible thyroid dysfunction. Your metabolism might not be properly regulated, so you take on weight easier than you should.
That too. Also, I had this... I'm gonna just say the way it is. In my family, I was very underweight. I had to learn a lot about diet. I was very underweight. My sister, one of my sisters, more or less the opposite, struggled early on with weight because she loved food. And, you know, you still have to learn a lot about diet, whether you're overweight or underweight. And so, due to my family circumstances and my upbringing, I had to learn a lot about diet and how to eat, what to eat, and how to fill my weight, while my sister had to do the opposite: how to eat, why to eat, how, when, and how to lose weight instead. I wanna almost disagree with this. Exercise is important. 100% you should have exercise. But I'm gonna say something controversial that social media doesn't really like to portray as much. Exercise is like... God, I might get cancelled. It's like 10% of your diet. Exercise is like 10% of weight loss. For the most part, the thing that exercise does, other than making you lose weight, is making you... Yeah, food is like 90% weight loss. Also, exercise can be very deceiving. Also, oh my god. If you do exercise to also lose weight in addition to diet, please ditch the scale. Oh my fucking god. Just look at your body and see the improvement. Just take pictures and see the improvement. Chances are your weight gain will drastically slow down because muscle is vastly heavier than fat. If you exercise heavily and intensely, you will not see as much progress on the scale. Your body will look amazing, but the scale will say something else. Explain? How do I explain this?
I finally decided to work on my health properly. Right now, the biggest thing has been adjusting my diet properly, and now I'm working to add exercise into my daily routine.
Good!
But the diet change is absolutely what has made me feel so much better.
It's usually also what gives you the strength to even like go to the gym and exercise and stuff. Also, you don't need a gym to exercise, but I would recommend you do. Maybe I have to explain this a bit different since we're on the topic. Weight requirements for surgery have other reasons other than health concerns. One of the main reasons you have to be a specific weight for surgery... you have to get into that with your doctor, but there's other reasons that they don't get... The weight issue before surgery, it has other reasons. It's not purely... It's hard to explain. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm fine with being pushed back on the weight thing, but I do think people focus too much on weight. It's like, how do I put this? Let's just take me as an example. I am roughly And I think I weighed roughly... If I were to be, for example, I don't know, something like this, I would definitely have to lose quite some kilos. Maybe easily something in like the 55, like the mid-50s to be back to like decent, right? My suggestions are for males as well. I had to deep dive quite a bit into dietary stuff because like I said, I was underweight, but you would be surprised how much you learn about diet and exercise being on the other side of the spectrum. I used to be at, I think it was 32 kilo. I think that was my weight. I'm not sure. Or was it 34? I don't remember. It's been a couple years now. Anyways, let's just say that this was my weight issue. Let's just say. Yes, Monkey, thank you for the tier 3. Thank you. Dude, give me my 2 Sunday. Shut the fuck up. Give me my... I'm 150. Shut the fuck up. Anyways, you know what? I'm gonna bother you even more. Fuck you. Fuck you, chat. Oh, the sniffer's muted. I just turned my AC on. I'm so sorry. I just turned my AC on. It was getting warm. Okay, where was I? Even though I would say that diet is like 90% of the weight loss and exercise is 10%, here is why I think exercise realistically is just as important as diet. Hear me out. I stand by what I said. I stand by this, but hear me out. There is a psychological thing. This is just a factual thing. This is just factual. Hear me out. But there is a psychological end to this as well. I think exercise is just as important as diet because I'm standing on business, but let me cook. There's a psychological value to this. And part of this is a lot of the weight gain comes from being bored. And when you're bored, you eat, drink, snack. Also, when you're bored, chances are all you do is lie in bed. This is a bed. And you're just kind of sleeping there all day, watching maybe TV. Maybe you have a TV here. Or you're just sitting on your chair all day. Which also means that, realistically, you need a lot less calories. Let's just say I think I need roughly 2,000 calories. I think I need a little less because I don't move much. But if I am staying in bed all day, every day, and do nothing but watch Netflix, I probably realistically need maybe this many calories. Versus, if I go outside and go shopping and walk places, I can already bump that bitch up to like this much, maybe. The numbers don't 100% make sense, but it's enough of a difference to give you an idea of how important it is to do anything at all whatsoever. You will always need a minimum amount of calories during your day. Even if, for example, you would wake up and you would only open your eyes and that's it. You would be in a stasis. Let's just say you have zero movement whatsoever. You would still have a minimum calorie intake. Even if the only thing you do, even if you're in a coma, yes, even if you're in a coma, you would still need a minimum calorie intake. But the second you do anything that isn't being in bed, like you go shopping, you do some chores, you take a shower, yada yada, you already bumped that bitch up by quite a bit. Anyways, here's why I think exercise has a psychological value, even though it is almost all in here. If you exercise, you will be less bored. You'll be more fulfilled and you'll be more distracted. You'll come to realize that half the time you are hungry, you're not actually fucking hungry. You are not. And also, stress adds a lot to weight gain, thank you. Exercise will help relieve you of a lot of the boredom, the stress. It will make you drink a lot, and usually you drink a lot more than you need during the exercise, which in turn hydrates you very well. Usually when you exercise, you are warm and you want to cool down and you have a dry mouth. Usually a few zips will be enough, even when you're sweating. But chances are, while you're in the gym, you might drink like... Chances are in the gym, you might only need like a bottle and a half, but you might end up drinking 3. You just piss out the rest, no big deal. But you're actually very, very well hydrated. Just 3 bottles of water. Exercise also makes it easier to just drink water and not a Fanta or whatever else. So, chances are you will drink way better. You will not be as bored, which makes you not want to have as many snacks. It will reduce stress. You will drink plenty. And chances are you will just feel the need to eat a proper meal instead. So even though I think, and I stand by it, that diet is 90% of everything and exercise is 10, I think the psychological value of it makes it just as important as the diet, if that makes sense. Because it helps with so many other issues that cause your dietary issues to begin with. And I also think it's important to realize that while you do have a minimum of calories you will always need, no matter what, if you just get out of bed and you do your own chores, you go shopping, or you take a walk around the block, or you go take a shower and stuff like that, you already pumped that bitch up by like a significant amount. If that makes sense. Yeah, exercise tends to make you hungry. One thing I recommend...
I have a bad snack habit even after I work out. My go-to thing is fruit and berries. This helps me avoid high sugar products, and I have my Gamersupps to help with water.
I think that's also one thing that, again, one thing that people overvalue in diet is like, they wanna... When people diet, they wanna completely remove sugar. They only want to have calorie deficit. Is that how you spell deficit? They only want to have a calorie deficit. No sugar ever. Only water. Water is the only acceptable thing. Always be in calorie deficit. Only have water. You don't need that. You don't... It's not that black and white. Diet is not that black and white. Sugar is not your fucking enemy. Sugar is good. Sugar is not your enemy. It's okay to have sugar. But there's a big difference between eating a fucking Fruit Loop and eating a fucking strawberry, for example. Big difference. And it also doesn't mean that you should never eat this and only eat this. You can still eat this, but maybe most of the time eat this. And just treat yourself every once in a while to this. You know, it's moderation and a bit of self-control, but a lot of the times you have cravings. And the cravings usually come from thirst, protein. Is that how you spell protein? I don't know. I'm so not dyslexic. English is my second language. Thirst, protein, and being bored. Those are, in my opinion, the 3 horsemen of cravings. Thirst, protein, and being fucking bored. You will snack so much less if you make sure that you have protein in your meals or supplement protein. if you make sure you're well hydrated and get onto like water, tea, or anything else. Even just syrup, like I said. So many people see diet as so fucking black and white. It's not. Diet is not black and white. Yes, water is good. Yes, you should maybe have a bottle of water. Yes, water is good. Water. It's good, but chances are you got into the situation where you wanna consider all of this because you're not used to all of this. You change your body, you have bad dietary habits or just your upbringing. It's okay to simply, instead of drinking Fanta, for example, instead of drinking soda, you can simply make your own lemonade. Take your water and add plus syrup. Just add some syrup. Some strawberry syrup, some blueberry syrup, who gives a shit? Just add some syrup or whatever else. Add a bit of flavor. Or drink some Gigi instead. You get 10% off for code Orca. But apart from making this a Gamersupps plug, you can add some flavoring. It's not the end of the world to have sugar, because sugar good. It's how much sugar you add that's bad. But sugar good. It's okay. You know, you don't have to completely, you can just...
Speaking of diets, I had to do a project about different types of diets. I chose to do the 3-day diet used for surgery patients my dad showed me. Tried it for 6 days and honestly, most sticked and frustrating 6 days I've ever had. Bright side, lost a couple pounds.
Yeah, but I think surgery diet isn't a sustainable diet because surgery diets mainly try to lessen the chance that you might throw up and have to throw up go back into your lungs. They mainly just try to empty out your system temporarily to make sure you don't fucking choke on your own bile as you lay there without anyone noticing. Then you just die. Yeah, it's not a lifestyle, but yes, I can imagine that must have been frustrating because for most big surgeries, you're not even allowed to eat anything or drink anything for a long time, so this doesn't happen.
Dr. Shiley, that would be a nice model in the future.
Dr. Shiley, that'd be fun. Yeah. But yeah, the difference between water and soda is that soda maybe has all of this full of sugar, where if you add syrup, maybe you only add this much. You just need some taste in your water. You just add like a little eep. A little eep at the bottom. Give it a slight tint, give it like a little bit of color. Give it a little bit of oomph. Oomph. You know? Like that. A little bit of Gamersupps if you want, but I'm trying to make this not a Gamersupps plug. I don't want people to think that this isn't genuine. Also, protein. I cannot stress how much protein... How much having a good protein level will help you with cravings. It's actually crazy. You need a good protein level. And like I said, if you need dressing, if you have a salad bowl...
I was overweight years ago. I did weight 102 kilograms with only a height of 167 centimeters. So I changed my diet to something healthy and started lifting. After 11 months I lost 32 kilograms and now I'm happy.
Good! I'm very happy. You can even put some cheese in here, like some of that weird string cheese stuff. You can maybe put some tomatoes, and you shouldn't, when it comes to dieting, avoid eating what you don't want. Don't like tomatoes, don't fucking put tomatoes in your salad. It's that fucking simple. It's that fucking simple. But yeah, Valmar, I'm so proud. That's actually insane. That is insane. Nice. Yeah, protein fills you a long time. And that's crazy. Used to be fat, still am, still happy. Good, as you should. This isn't to tell people it's bad to be fat or underweight. It's well, some people aren't happy with their life expectancy if they lean onto either extreme. And I think many people give up because they think diets are black and white and specific and hard, but I'm telling you they're not. I had to do that, my family had to do that. I was very underweight, my sister was very overweight. It taught us a lot about diet and what's important. And I think social media really ruined dieting and made people think it's hard and black and white when it's not. Dieting is a very blurry line between it's a scale. Dieting may be a bit black and white, but in a way it's a scale, right? In a way it's a scale where you have to balance things, you know? No one said that you can't have sugar anymore or sugar bad or anything like that. Nothing is truly bad. There is just different things weighed down the scale, different amounts, and you just have to even it out. It doesn't even have to be the same day. It can be tomorrow or next week.
For me, I've lost 15 pounds, 8 kilograms, in 2 months and keeping it off. Ideal is in the eye of the beholder. Do what inspires you and makes you feel good.
Also, one of the reasons I told people to not weight themselves and then see the progress. You do whatever is fulfilling to you. But here is my take on this. Especially with my sister had struggled to lose weight. The scale can be very discouraging, especially if you have not the most well-balanced of hormones. Depending on your period cycle and whatnot, this also goes for men. Men can also have hormone imbalances. But you can retain more water weight during some days than others, or whatever other issues there might be. The scale gives you progression. True. If you hop onto the scale and the next day you have this weight, it gives you progression. But what if in 2 days you're back to this? You feel like you've lost all of the progression. However, if you look in the mirror instead and just go by how you feel.
Suggestion: do not trust marketing. Do not trust fake sugar.
Soldier, not the soldier. Do you guys know that you shouldn't drink water till your pee is clear? I think everyone knows that, but to the people who don't know...
I'm 185 centimeters tall and lost about 5 kilos after my appendix got removed. Now I have a weight around 80 to 85 kilos. Since I have to work out about 4 times a week ATM, it varies a bit, but feels good to get those muscles engaged. Still, I'm too lazy.
Listen, your pee can sometimes be clear. If you've had a nice, beautiful drink and you just chuck that bitch, chances are in the next 2 hours your piss is gonna be almost clear. But your goal shouldn't be to make sure that every time you go for a wee, your piss comes back the same color as the water coming out of your tap. It doesn't mean that it's necessarily unhealthy, but if you're consistently aiming to drink that much that your piss is always clear, you are drinking too much. Yeah, if you're pissing every 10 minutes and it comes back clear, there's a problem. You're overhydrated. That is a thing. It can happen. Water poison is a thing. Yes. And you will probably starve your body of many electrolytes and stuff like that. Speaking of electrolytes, okay, well, maybe less important for weight loss, but still important. But anyways, if you stop looking at the weight as a definitive way, definite? Is that how you say it? As a concrete way to measure your progress, you will have a much better time because everyone does it different. But here's what my sister struggled with that had to lose weight, and me who had to gain weight. Sometimes I lost the weight again that I thought I gained. Same with my sister. And that was very discouraging. And the reason we both got over that is by realizing that weight fluctuates. That's just how it is. Sometimes you're gonna lose or gain the kilo, but that just has a lot to do with how much water you've been drinking before and after waiting. When was your last poop? How much have you been eating?
My dyslexic ass, I meant to say don't trust fake sugar.
Don't worry, we got that. Like, yeah, sometimes it's just a fucking Pokeball you ate alongside half the liter of water you just chugged. Like, it's not as black and white. Sometimes you're just on your period or you're about to be and you have a lot of bloat and water weight and you're just, ugh, you know? But, what's important is to feel the progress in your diet. You have more energy. You're less bored. You drink properly. You're less stressed. You are less hungry for snacks or always like scurrying to the fridge or the pantry to find more snacks or less snacks, whatever your problem is. It's how you feel and how your body looks that matters more than what the scale says, because unless you have finally made quite some progress, like so for example, you will have fluctuations. Some days you'll measure yourself and it will be this, some days you'll measure yourself and it will be back to this. You can measure the scale of your progress over a longer duration, over like, oh, maybe every 2 to 3 weeks is where you should measure to maybe figure out if you have been doing progress and whatnot. One last thing and I'm done. If you have a food journal, which we both had to do, because the dietitians had to access our habits. How do you spell journal? Like that, probably. If you have to make a food journal, this is gonna sound a bit toxic, but I speak from both our experience as someone who was underweight and as someone who had to tell my sister what to put on there. Be honest. If you are lying in this food journal, you're only lying to yourself. Be honest. Put everything you did or did not eat in here. Don't add stuff you didn't eat and don't leave stuff out that you thought wasn't important. If you add dressing, you fucking add that. If you add a spoon of sugar into your coffee, you fucking add that. If you add a drop of milk into your coffee, you fucking add that. If you had a singular bite, one singular piece of chocolate, you fucking add that. If you had water, you add that. If you put something into the water, you add that. Be honest with yourself. You're only lying to yourself. This has to match what you actually have done. Yeah, I think meal prep helps a lot as well. It did not help me though. Did not help my sister either. I think, like I said, I think diet is not black and white. You have to find things that work for you. I would highly recommend meal prep. I think it works for almost everyone. It did not work for me. For me and my sister, meal prep did not work. And we both figured out that the reason is that we're very picky. Just because on Monday at the start of the week we felt like rice and chicken doesn't mean that Wednesday we still feel like eating the rice and chicken. We wanted something else. appetite changes based on day and mood and exercise and whatnot. Meal prep is cool, but maybe if you do meal prep, I have taken it one step further. Make meals that can be frozen. When you make a meal, make a massive meal. Every single time you make any meal, make it a big ass meal. And then you freeze the meal. And then you can use that meal whenever you feel like eating it again, which might be next week, which might be tomorrow, which might be in 2 months. But freezing has helped me a lot when it comes to meal prep. The regular meal prep did not like it. Was not good. Did not like it. Brian Donawald. Oh. What did Brian? Is it this one? I guess that's a yes. Oh, is there a percent in there? Oh, yeah. I'd argue exercise is more important than just 10%.
Girl, I have a life to live. I don't have time to note down every gram of food I consume.
Well,
I would not be able to watch you anymore.
You know, that's cool. You don't need a food journal. I don't think dieting
also
is...
having a bigger variety in meals helps the psyche. Vish is a huge factor for gaining, keeping, losing weight as well.
For me, one of the biggest factors... I'll read through it in a second. Hold up. For me, the biggest factor that resonated with me the most, the biggest thing that helped me gain weight and my sister lose weight is meal satisfaction. A lot of the times I wasn't hungry, not because there was nothing to eat, but because what was available didn't make for a nice, fulfilling, satisfying meal. And so I just didn't eat until I was hungry enough to be fine and good enough with what we did have. And I would just eat the minimum amount to make my stomach shut the fuck up. Basically. My sister was the opposite. She kept eating more and more meals because every time she did eat a meal, it didn't hit the spot. It wasn't satisfying. So she just went for seconds and thirds and fourths and just kept going, you know? Just kept going. So... yeah, if there's any tip you want to get from this, again, it works for gaining weight and losing weight. These tips are very, very, like, multi-applicable. You can apply them to both extremes, but meal satisfaction, realizing that nothing is black and white. There is no good and there is no bad in diet. There is only excess amounts and not keeping a balance. Food is often overconsumed because you're bored. Get a hobby. Preferably a hobby that doesn't make you able to have snacks on the sides. Go skateboarding, hit the gym, any exercise, anything away from the pantry. Get a hobby. Boredom is a big, like, snack inducer. Where was I? What did I say? Oh, meal satisfaction. Get a hobby. Shit, what didn't I mention yet? I'll just go down the list again. I'm sorry. Get a hobby. Meal satisfaction. Drink appropriate amounts. Realize that diet isn't black and white. Nothing is good or bad. Sugar is not good or bad. Nothing is good or bad. Fat is not good and bad. Fiber isn't good and bad. It's the balance of things that you have to keep in mind. Did I miss something? Oh, and protein.
I'm a little over 200 centimeters tall and overweight. My tip is, don't drink your calories.
That too. It's much easier to stop drinking calories and just keep fulfilling meals instead. Yeah. Alright, let me see. I'd argue that exercise is more important than just 10%. Exercise helps a lot with burning calories, especially if you're not very active otherwise. It's also important to exercise so your digestive system and your body in general can function properly. And as Lee said, weight is misleading. Muscles are vastly heavier than fat. That too. Like I said, I stand by what I said, that I think diet is 90% of weight gain and weight loss. But I would argue that even though exercise is only 10% of that, it is equally as important because of the psychological efforts.
You just have to become lazy enough. I'm so lazy that I don't gain weight. Simply because I'm too lazy.
I had a similar problem. As we found out, I was lazy because I was underweight. And I was underweight because I was lazy. I was lazy because I didn't have energy. I didn't have energy because I was underweight. I was underweight because I didn't have energy. I didn't have energy because I was lazy.
I eat my cereal again, or I just wing it and create something experimental.
I guess it works. Yeah. Too lazy to eat this crazy work? Dude, the way I gained weight in the very beginning was drinking more sodas, adding sugar to my tea, and...
I'm 6 feet 2 inches, 188 centimeters, and used to weigh 272 pounds, 123 kilograms. Started having health problems, including multiple instances of tachycardia. Over a 2-year span I got down to 195 pounds, 88 kilograms.
Oh shit.
Said that was my motivation, but it was motivation nonetheless. Being
That is
not alive is
insane.
not an ideal thing.
I assume that that's when most people ever wanna consider losing weight. Either it's social pressure to be in a specific body shape, or it's health issues. Like when Fluffy did that show talking about how the doctor literally told him that I don't care about your size, but if you care about more value time with your son, you need to work on your weight. That resonated. That was a lot to take in, even as a person that never struggled with too much weight. The opposite, more or less. Like, that's crazy, right? So, yeah, fucking proud.
One
Good job.
thing that helped me was forcing myself to do trips to the grocery store every day, getting enough for just the next day. Can't gain weight if there's no food in the house.
Exactly. I did that too, for very similar reasons. Well, one, it was healthy for my sister to get out the house. And two, it was healthy for me to do exercises to actually get my body going and want a meal, want food. It's very easy to, like, not starve, but to underfeed yourself when you have the ability to not do anything and just exist. It will be a bit harder to not eat anything if you actually have to do physical exercise, because then your body is like... and you have to eat. Your body will want to make you eat. Suddenly the food looks delicious and you want to eat it. Eat.
I'm 185 centimeters and about 88 kilos. After properly dieting and balancing my day-to-day, I can proudly say I'm now 85 centimeters. Wait, what?
Wait, what? Hold on a second. Funny how exercise goes both ways. It can distract you from food if you're overweight and make you hungrier, so you eat if you're underweight. Dude, like I'm telling you, like, diet is so, like, multifunctional. It's not black and white. A lot of the things that work for being overweight also work for being underweight, and the other way around. It's kind of crazy. Yeah. It's actually low-key fascinating, more so now that I'm older. When I was younger and I struggled with being underweight, I was more like, bro, leave me alone. Like, I don't care about this garbage. But as I got older, I realized how interesting it actually is. Yeah. Oh, also, when it comes to exercise,
kind of have the opposite problem. Have an uncle living with us right now who's pushing around 150-ish kilos, and he has the health problems to accompany that. Couple that with not wanting to forget stuff at work, kind intentionally undereat. Cause, with sarcasm, the equivalent of 2 pots of coffee and
a half a pack of cigarettes is a modern replacement of food. Yeah, my mom struggled with the same thing. When she asked me if I had eaten at like 6 p.m., my answer would be like, I had a piece of candy. Surely that's plenty calories right there, right? I had a piece of candy. A little glob of sugar. Yeah, it goes both ways. It goes both ways. It is a very interesting way. Yeah. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. I no longer struggle with weight, as you can see. I am almost 50 kilos at 152 centimeters. I am not overweight. I now have... I mean, okay, I've always been shaped like fucking Mewtwo. I've always had decent hips and like sizes despite my underweight. But I am, bro, I am not underweight. Shut your ass. I am... You are not underweight at that weight. Shut it. No. Just because you prefer bigger and your fantasy and your preference doesn't mean you can just tell people they're underweight. That's weird. Your preference is not my health concern. Yeah, I am just a healthy weight. I'm not edging underweight either. I think underweight was starting at 46 kilos, 45-ish. So I'm a few kilos above that. Yeah. So I will still have a few kilos I could still lose. If I get busy, or if I'm stressed, or if I forget a couple meals and I lose a kilo or two, it would still be fine. I would still not be underweight. Still not. Exactly. There's a trend in height and weight, but you can't judge on any of these things. Yeah. What would you say is worse? Underweight or overweight? I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I think being underweight kills you faster. I'm not sure. I think both of them depend on the level. But I think technically someone who actually knows this stuff, tell me if my theory is right, but I'm pretty sure starving oneself is much faster than overeating. Yeah, I think over just kills you slower. You can deal with it for longer, I think. Oh, the complications are hellish for both. I was threatened with like heart issues if I don't gain weight. The doctor said that if I keep my weight up, well, down, I guess, there will be heart issues. Apparently, it's very common for people who are underweight to have heart issues, because the heart doesn't have as much energy and you don't have as much blood, or something like that. You will also cough a lot, and the cough is actually connected to your heart. So lots of times when people are severely underweight, they will sometimes cough, and the cough comes from the heart. Palpitations and trachea, something like that, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't give the engine enough fuel. I don't remember. It's been a couple years. I am like I said. It's been a few years. It's been like a handful of years since I've been underweight. I don't have to bother myself with these concerns. It was just a quick threat. Well, the doctor warned me of like there will be long-term consequences like heart issues if you keep up with your weight. Well, your lack of weight, I suppose. So I'm like, okay, that doesn't sound fun. I don't think. It ain't got no gas in it. I hate going to the gym. You don't have to go to the gym. Especially equipment like, okay, most people that want to work on weight, like go to the gym, to work on weight, you usually do man, how do I put this? You do more stuff that is endurance and stamina related. You do not need a gym for that. Is it called cardio? Is it called cardio? Most of the exercise you would do at a gym is walking on the treadmill and stuff like that. If weight is purely your own concern, you don't want to work on anything else, and it's just losing weight, it's cardio. You can do cardio at home or wherever else. You don't have to go to the gym. You can literally walk around the block, get a dog, take the dog for daily walks. Like every 2 to 3 hours, you take a dog for a walk.
Just remember, guys, everything you do is one step in the right direction.
Yeah,
Shy hug,
exactly.
do whatever you can, whenever you can, and you'll eventually make progress. Get motivated and proceed. No voted.
Yes. And also, maybe get a hobby. Like, I didn't pick up boarding because I wanted to gain weight. That'd be weird, but I picked up boarding. You may have similar hobbies. Maybe borrow like someone's board, or maybe rollerblades, maybe ice skating. Any of these things, whatever you have nearby, or maybe have the chance of trying. You might just wanna try some things. Like, that might be stuff you genuinely really like and enjoy. Or maybe you have like, what is it called? Where people shoot each other? Lots of people like that too. What is that called? Paintball? Yeah, paintball, but the less painful version. Airsoft! Yeah, airsoft. Yeah, table tennis. Any hobby. You might have a lot of hobbies nearby. Yeah, airsoft. Where people like do like the pretend war. The IRL Call of Duty thing. Yeah. Airsoft's more painful? Not from what I've heard. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's not called airsoft. It's the one where they shoot the pellets. And usually you're armored as well. Yeah, airsoft. Yeah, bowling is really fun. I don't know. Everyone I've ever talked to said that paintball is vastly more painful than airsoft. Airsoft is the pelt, and no, they don't hurt more than paintball. Yeah, maybe rock climbing. Yeah. Yeah, paintball hurts. At least literal bruises, unlike blisters and stuff. Airsoft maybe can be as well. But from the people that I heard play airsoft, they said that sometimes it can be hard to even know if you've gotten hit if they hit you in places where you have heavy armor, like a chest. Like, sometimes it can be literally a little bit... If you're in the zone, it can be a bit hard to tell when you got hit. It hurts on skin? Oh, for sure, but you don't tend to wear... Everything I've seen so far and heard is you're armored, like, completely. Long sleeves, armor plates, you are fully armored. Helmets, goggles, everything. Yeah, full on. And I heard that you're not allowed to shoot like people's heads and stuff because it does hurt to get in your face and like any skin, but yeah. But you're about to say you don't wear skin? I don't know, maybe. I don't know. Is rock climbing hard? It does seem very difficult, but you never know. I thought skiing was difficult too, and it is. It's not easy. You need quite a leg muscle. It's not easy. But turns out I thoroughly enjoy it. Same with boarding. It's not easy on your legs. Maybe not as hard as rock climbing is on your body, but neither of these are very friendly on your legs. But they are incredibly fun, both of them. Yeah, plus there's always entry levels. Like, you know, if you wanna get into rock climbing, who says you have to like go all the way in? Maybe you can just start like with small things. Just climb little things, you know? You don't always have to go and do the extreme and like, I'm gonna go to a skate park and learn skating.
I literally
like,
was thinking about picking up rock climbing again before this stream. Climbing stuff is just fun as fuck to me. Yeah. I've been meaning to have an excuse to exercise more.
Climb chair. And maybe cycling. Some people are really into cycling. Yeah. Rollerblading. I like that a lot as well. Swimming. Lots of people, especially larger. My sister loved swimming. We went so much swimming. We went at least once a week. Minimum once a week. Sometimes, especially during summer, we went consistently every single day for weeks. Swimming is so nice. We both loved it. It was really, really fun. I'm terrified of drowning. Well, maybe you could always swim in like places where you can stand. You could always just like only swim wherever you don't have a chance of drowning, because you can always just like stand on your feet. Yeah, shallow. It's like very shallow water. Hiking could be fun. Yeah, I think someone asked what it's called to like walk around the hills and stuff. It's called hiking, no? Hiking can be fun. Camping! Oh my goodness! Camping can be such a fun hobby. Camping can be so fun. Just the activity of like having to pack your bags, going out, and then building something. There, you don't even have to do it in the woods. You can do it at like camping places. So you still have like shower and toilet and internet and everything, but you just pitch a tent somewhere in a slot that you rented. Very fun. No animals, no nothing. You know, just you pitching a tent and chilling there. Super fun. You don't even have to do it in the nature all by yourself. It can be on a camping field. Yeah. Get bug infested? Well, as long as you don't camp around leaf cutter ants and stuff like that, I think you'll be fine. I think the tent tends to keep these things out. Minus the leaf cutter ants, I guess. Dude, same! In the summers, we would literally live in a tent. My siblings and I would be outside all summer and we would live in a tent. We would sleep there, no matter if it's like the weekends or school. We would just be in a tent, sleep there, wake up, and then we would go upstairs to get ready and then go to school. How many subs to get stung by a bullet ant? Keep your subs, lad. Oh my god, yes. Go vacation in your own country, man. Or just like... I think camping can be so fun, but I think people always narrow it down to, okay, I have to find some abandoned woods and pitch a tent by myself and survive. Like, nah, camping can be so much more fun than that. So much more. Yeah, the fire pit is so fun. You can make s'mores. And before you come and get me, be like, Lily, how is this supposed to help me if I'm eating s'mores? It's like I said, sugar isn't bad. Chances are, if you pack your bags and you carry your luggage and you pitch a tent and you do all of that, you deserve a s'more or two. I think you've earned them. I think you've burned plenty calories to be in a deficit. It's the activity that counts. It's a reward.
I'm currently camping, and I'm sweating to do how hot it is, but I'm enjoying my time and about to swim for a while in the river, then hike on a mountain, shy happy.
Yeah, it's super fun. I loved camping. It was always really fun. Granted, back in the days, I was much more ready to go swim in rivers and seas and stuff like that. Nowadays, not so much anymore, because I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I'm very scared of yeast infections. The thought of very dirty bacteria infested waters getting all up in there. As I grew older and more mature, did not excite me as much anymore. I prefer pools and other more clean things, less parasite and animal fecal matter infested things. But yeah, as a child, it never bothered me. But nowadays, I'm a bit too scared about my coochie potentially contracting something on a nice camping trip that I will avoid the natural bodies of water. I'll dip my feet in it, my toes and stuff, but I won't really dunk my cooch in it anymore.
Vacation in my own country. Okay, got it. Moving my PC from my room to the bathroom and call it camping on the lake Titicaca. Cheer 500.
Yeah, I'm not even in public pools. Kids are gonna be pissing and whatnot in there, but at least the chlorine will help a lot with it. And I think my coochie, as gross as the thought of swimming in someone else's urine particles is, I think that as a human that urinates from my coochie, having urine around my coochie for a limited time while being in an otherwise very clean environment will be manageable, versus bacteria and other organisms having a nice look at my cooch. Well, I know it's not my urine, but I think the chlorine in the water, while also not good for my cooch, is gonna help a lot keeping that place clean. Yeah. We went from weight loss to coochie. Ew. Yeah, I think the sea. I think in the sea, I would probably still be okay swimming in it. I think I'll be fine swimming in the sea. Rivers, not so much. Not so much. They tend to be, despite the flowing water giving the illusion of nice and clean, they tend to be more dirty. Yeah. They tend to be more dirty, more parasites, yada yada. Lots of plastic in the sea. You're talking to someone that literally shoves up a plastic, a cotton pad with a little... I think I'll manage some plastic around my cooch. I think my coach don't matter some plastic. I'm pretty sure I'm wearing polyester right now as we speak anyways. I think my coach is fine with some plastic. I think I'm okay with that. I don't think my coach really minds microplastics. I'm pretty sure I'm wearing polyester as we speak. I had worse. Can we stop talking about this now? Why? That's talking about my coochie, my feminine body parts, my mimi mumu, my beloved vagina, make you uncomfortable. My vulva. Unused spider cave, shut up. It's very used, okay? I do get plenty rather satisfactory wiener rings, alright? You are a woman? No. I'm a man with voice changer, of course. Lily, please, you're on the family room TV. Mom, Dad, I am very sorry, but honestly, I am just doing you all a favor and educating this beautiful young lad and or lady over here in female anatomy. So he or she, it's 2024, is gonna be very educated with their future potential girlfriend and or boyfriend. We never know. I think I'm just saving you a lot of awkwardness. I think your child rather talks to me about these things than wanting to come to you. I think I just make things a little less awkward. I normalize it. It's okay. Thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. I'm just making sure that your beloved son and or daughter are able to take care of their offspring when they grow older. They'll be familiar with everything and they will be taught that it is completely normal. Nothing wrong with it. Honestly, you're welcome. And I know you appreciate it, even though you're giving me that stanky little look right now. I know you appreciate it. I know that you didn't want to have this talk with your son and or daughter.
Diet talk over. Now time for the spelunking section.
The spelunking section. Oh, I guess Brian didn't want to read that one. Let me try again.
Welcome to Lily's TED Talk, where we talk coochies and stare at that 5 head.
Listen. I know that as a parent, you have to pretend like this is out of line. I get it. But before you switch me off the family TV, you and I both know that you appreciate this. You and I both know that this should be normalized. It should be okay to talk about. And let's be honest, the education system, especially nowadays, isn't what it used to be. Or ever has been. Let's just say, isn't it nice that I get to figure this out in a nice, safe environment rather than having to experiment and make accidents and oopsies? Isn't this much nicer than living in the constant insecurity that their own bodies are wrong? Admit it. Admit it. Sex ed in school was shit, bro. The only thing I swear we learned in sex ed was how to put on a condom on a banana. And we learned that women have to take the anti-baby pill. What's it called in English? I don't know. We call it the anti-baby pill. Yeah,
Before
that was
you
kind
never
of
pass
it.
the O to your son again,
Oh, and
let me add
STDs.
this little fun fact. Vaginas are real, and your son knows nothing about them.
Not yet anyways, but don't worry, we got this. We got this. Oh, birth control. Yeah, birth control. Yeah. Didn't even teach us about like the long-term issues of birth control and stuff like that, especially when you take them at a young age.
The mom in the room, I can't believe you are watching and listening to this. The dad in the room, enhance.
Enhance. The anti-crotch goblin technology, yes. Yeah, they literally scammed us of sex ed. I swear, it was the most uneducated bullshit that we all already knew, and everything that we should have known was never taught to us. Right, it was so taboo. It's crazy. Still, I am still a strong believer that yes, sex is kind of rotting people's brains. There's definitely a fine line between abusing porn and sex and simply being able to talk about it. I think that there's definitely a porn epidemic, 100%, but I don't think it should change the fact that these topics should be openly talked about and normalized. Because I think a lot of the discomfort and accidents happen, STDs, unwanted pregnancies, pain, or injuries happen because people, it's so taboo, people feel like they have to simply experiment and get it done without, you know, being able to talk about it properly. Yeah, I feel like making it taboo is just making everything so much worse, which is wild to me because the entire world's population exists because of sex and everything evolving around sex. Why the fuck is it so taboo when it is literally the most minimum thing to keep our planet populated? It has to be done. Like, I don't get it. How is it such a taboo topic? I'm not talking about the brain rot from porn, by the way. I definitely think we have a porn epidemic, 100%. I think she gets out of hand way too much, but the sheer taboo of don't talk about breasticles, peni, and vulvas, and God forbid the butthole. Like, why? We've all been conceived at some point in our lives. It's what keeps the population going and thriving. I don't understand why something so intimate has to be so taboo when everyone ends up doing it at some point anyways. Might as well save ourselves from all of the injuries and accidents and complications by not making it weird to talk about it. It's so weird, bro. Pisses me off. Like, it's so fucking weird. Why? It's so unnecessary. Do you think games like Nick and Ashline add to the porn epidemic? I can't deny that. But I also think there's a fine line between playing into just like nice, fun things, especially normalizing it a bit more, and the literal porn addiction. I think there's a big, strong difference and a very thick line between sex sells and lewd and that kind of stuff and the porn epidemic. Yeah. I would say it definitely like touches the subject, but in a weird way it also normalizes it. Where, you know, yeah, it's lewd, of course. All of them are. But it also normalizes that it's okay. Like, alright, just a bunch of sexy women doing sexy things. Skin is okay. It doesn't really go further. It doesn't really encourage you to like just have your way with them. It's just, oh yeah, sexy women with sad backstory. Yeah, I think that there's a fine line between appreciation and downright bad addiction and going feral. Yeah. Yeah, it's like glorification versus appreciation. Yeah. Do you have a sad backstory? A little bit. Both of my lore attempts and current and past have somewhat sad remarks before they have a happy ending. Yeah. In a way. Fine to consume media that evoke lust as long as we understand it's meant to just be that. Yeah, exactly. I think so too. I think that there is just this weird line of lust-provoking media, and it's also fine to... Okay, I'm so sorry, mom and dad and family TV. I think it's fine to let it rip and jerk one to it. As long as you realize that there is lust-provoking media and real life. There is differences in the two. And I don't think that any of the media, especially, well, the good media, is ever trying to blur that line. Like, I don't think anyone who realizes that they can tap weird body parts in Azure Lane is gonna just go to the school the next day and harass a girl there. I don't think there are other psychological issues if that makes you do that. There's a very strong separation of reality and fiction. Yeah. One is a crime. One is just enjoying some beautiful art. Yeah. Yeah, I feel like it's always... It's the same whenever, like... there's a shooter game and like the parents are like, you can't play this, it will turn into a shooter. And I'm like, are you raising him to be like... How are you raising your child to have that concern? The fuck? I've been playing fucked up games since like... Well, the day I was born. I literally had monsters fight each other to goddamn death. I didn't know what faint was back at the time. I just thought I killed them. And like, that didn't make me a fucking animal abuser just because I made literal animals battle each other. What the fuck? Like, I think it's a psychological issue right there. I love animals. Did not make me an animal abuser to force little animals to battle each other till one of them has no more battles left.
It made you of tuber aware.
That's even worse! Dude, yeah, it's so boring to even think about that. Like, what do you mean? Why are you scared? What? Yo, you imagine playing Monster Hunter? Oh my goodness, I can't wait to hunt dragons IRL. Delicious. Dude, yeah, Monster Hunter Wilds, I'm so fucking excited. Oh my goodness. What you drinking? Oh, water. Just plain water. Sometimes I like to pour it into a glass. I don't know, it just feels nice. It's just water. Not even GG. Nope. Literally just plain water. Not even GG. What flavor water? It's the plastic bottle-y flavored water. Miafsu, thank you for the raid. Thank you, 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 thank you. Delicious. Dude, yes, water in a glass does feel different. Sometimes it just feels different, man. It just feels different. It just feels different. I like to, usually when I drink GG, it's in the evening. I drink caffeine free. I'm a big adversary for caffeine free Gamersupps. I don't think we need caffeine in everything and everyone. Big caffeine free fan. I usually drink it in the evening. It's just nice. It's like a treat in a way, like flavor. I don't know, it's just like a treat. I usually adversary, is that what it's called? Is that what it's called? Adversary? My bad, I thought so. Advocate. Oh, my bad, it was advocate. Advocate. Oh, it means against. Oh, my bad. Advocate, advocate. My bad. Confusion. Yeah, it's like a little treat to congratulate me. Yeah, yeah. It's like a little, I did well. Have some flavor. It also just tastes nicer in the evening when I can take my time to drink it. Like, over the day, I usually drink to, like, survive. It's a necessity during the day. And in the evening, it's just like a treat, like a here, enjoy, slowly, thoroughly, you know? You're like, you done that good, kid. Here's a snack. When you have the time to enjoy, yes, it just tastes better. This is a weird thing. I swear, I know someone is gonna tell me again I have tism. You don't have to diagnose me. I have tism. There's just something nice about being able to enjoy, like, something that has taste. When I'm distracted, I wanna be able. When I'm distracted, I wanna drink water. I wanna get to enjoy a drink. I want it to be with a flavor, you know? Like a lemonade or a GG or something like that. Like during the day, it's just water.
That no one cares. This week I received my Shylilene Android. I am happy. Take care, everyone, and sorry for interrupt.
No, congrats! I'm so excited. I'm so happy. I saw a picture of my Android for the first time today on Twitter as well. I was so excited. I was looking up my name on Twitter for something, and I saw like a picture of an Android being delivered. That was exciting. Self-obsessed. It was for research, I swear. It was research. I swear it was research. Say it was for porn. Shut up. Shut up. It was research. It was research. Answer the call. Oh, fuck, man. There you go. Go ahead. Go ahead. Good girl! Never heard of an Android, but now I want one. It's so cute. Sadly, not available anymore. But it's mad cute. Enough! Let's do SCPs. Let's see. SCPs. Let's see what pops up. Someone told me to watch something specific. Ooh, that one sounds good. The Aging Staircase. Very curious. The Not Dear SCP. What the heck? What's this video? Is it just like someone reading a script? I'm very curious. I want to have a looky-loo at that video. Ew! What is that? Okay, we're watching that. Ew! Oh god. It's a different animation. But we're watching that. That's gross. Oh my god, another teeth SCP. Oh my. Yep. I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. Yep. Alright, first, the aging staircase. Lay down bad, That's right. That's right. Come here, Shrimple. I'm gonna have to scale down a bit. Boop. Dr. Bob? Yes, most of them are Dr. Bob. I have another I wanna check out. Boom.
Kids get bored. It's just part of growing up. Or at least, that's what their parents would always say. Living in a small town in England, you run out of things to do by your 5th birthday. By your 10th, you want nothing more than to move out. By your 15th, half the kids end up in hospital doing something stupid. The kid entering the churchyard tonight is no exception. As he ducks under the gap in the chain link fence, he catches the corner of his cast on the metal. The cast is already so covered in nicks and scratches that the new tear barely makes a difference. He has been trying to cut the cast off with kitchen scissors for the last 3 weeks. He'd broken his wrist riding his bike off the roof of his house. It would have worked if it wasn't for the post box being a little too close to the building. His brother calls out to him from up ahead. He's already at the door to the church. The kid hears his best friend shuffling around nervously behind him. He waits for her turn to duck under the fence and follow him into the churchyard, away from the road. Even in the middle of nowhere, in total darkness, the kid can tell she's scared to break the rules. The pair of them rush over to meet the kid's brother at the entrance to the church. The older brother grins at both of them. At 21 years old, he...
Why did I draw him? Why did I draw him so... Yo! What the fuck? Yo, son, would you like a little cousin?
He may as well be 41, towering over the two of them with a few scraggly chin hairs and a tattoo on his neck. They can't imagine what his life must be like. Going to university in London, driving a car, getting tattoos, drinking alcohol that costs more than 10 quid and doesn't come from the corner store.
Whoa.
What a life. There isn't a door to kick open. The church building is in total disrepair. Only the limestone structure is left standing. The windows have all been smashed in long ago, and the pews rotted away, leaving only some moss creeping its tendrils into every nook and cranny. As the three of them make their way inside, they look up to see the starry night sky above their heads, no roof left intact. In fact, the only part of the building that seems to still be half standing is the tower at the far end. Even in the dark, they can still make out a tight spiral staircase hewn into the stone, disappearing up into the collapsing tower. The kid grins. What to explore first? They all split up, wandering around different parts of the church hall. The kid makes a beeline for a toppled-in patch of wall. He clambers up onto a window ledge and hoists himself up onto the wall, looking down at the other two. A stone gives way under his foot and almost sends him tumbling, but he throws out his broken wrist just in time to balance himself. Across the hall, his best friend is checking her flip phone anxiously. She'd said earlier in the evening that she needed to be back before 1 a.m. or her parents would be worried. It's already 12:45. The kid's older brother calls out across the church. "I need the toilet. I'm gonna climb straight to the top of the tower and do it off the edge. Watch out for rain." And with that, he disappears through the little doorway and up the spiral staircases. Very quickly, the sound of his footsteps disappears, leaving the kid and his friend alone together. The kid looks over his shoulder out of the church building. From up on this patch of wall, he is almost at the perfect height to pick an apple from the tree next to them. If he can just stretch out far enough. There, he plucks 2 apples, one for him and one for his friend. He tosses it to her, but she misses the catch. Looking up at him, he can tell she already wants to go home. He grumbles and jumps down from the wall. The landing jars his leg pretty badly, but he clenches his teeth hard enough that no noise escapes his mouth. He grins at his best friend. She doesn't return it. It's late. She needs to get home soon, and the only way they can get home is in his big brother's car. Fine, I guess it's probably home time. She gives him her best attempt at a smile. The kid walks over to the stairs, sticks his head through the doorway, and calls out. No response. Great. How high do these stairs go? They can't be more than a couple of stories, surely. He calls again. Still nothing.
Hello.
His best friend appears at his shoulder. They both peer up the staircase. It's such a tight spiral that they can't really see anything beyond the first 10 steps. It's dark in there, almost too dark to see where they're going. He gets out his flashlight and flicks it on. That should be enough light for the both of them. The kid plants his foot on the first step and starts climbing. The steps feel well worn. They're smooth in the middle and dip down slightly from years of use. 1 step, 2 steps, 3, 4, 5. His flashlight dies. He shakes it, knocking the back of it a couple of times like they do in the movies. Nothing, not even a flicker. He asks his friend if she has a flashlight. She doesn't. So the 2 of them climb in the dark. Very quickly, the stairs change shape. Or maybe that's the wrong word. They aren't changing shape, they're just shrinking. It's subtle, but definitely happening. The gaps between them are getting smaller, and the undersides of the stairs above are bearing down on the kid's head slightly. The kid stops and turns to his best friend. He can hardly see her at all in the dark. She's just a slightly darker shadow standing a couple of steps down from him. He asks if the steps are getting smaller. She tells him not that she can tell. He insists they must be. The stairs above their heads are getting lower and lower. The space is closing in on them slightly. She says she has no idea what he's talking about. Tutting at her, he takes a couple more steps up the staircase. The cast on his arm tightens. That's strange. He keeps going, and all of a sudden, it feels like a vice. The blood flow is cut off almost instantaneously. His fingers feel cold and start to tingle, his forearm swelling and bulging around the edge of the cast. The pressure building up inside it is ridiculous, feels almost as if the cast splits apart and falls off. Blood rushes back to his fingertips. He flexes them gratefully, turning to his best friend. Even in the darkness, he can tell she's peering at him intently. He runs a hand over his arm, massaging it gently. That's strange. His arm feels different from how it did before it went into the cast. There's more hair on it now, and the muscle running along his forearm feels more pronounced. He flexes his wrist. No pain, no stiffness, nothing. He isn't due to get his cast off for another month at least. Those doctors clearly don't know what they're talking about. Are you standing on your tiptoes? His friend asks from behind him. He looks down at her shadow, confused, and tells her no, he isn't. The kid apparently looks taller. Must just be uneven stairs or a trick of the light. Come to think of it though, his best friend does look a little different standing there below him, even just from her silhouette. She isn't any taller, but her figure looks different. Her voice sounds a little lower. His brother, that's who they're after. They'd get to the top of the stairs, find him, and see what was going on. Must just be some strange optical illusions happening here in the dark. The 2 of them press on, continuing up the stairs. Step after step they go. They must be up on the 2nd floor by now, surely. But there's no light ahead of them indicating any kind of exit, just more stairs. The kid asks his friend what time it is. He hears her flipping open her phone and pressing a couple of buttons, but no light fills the space. She presses them again and again. Nothing. Her battery must have died. That's the only explanation. She tries to tell him that it was almost on full a minute ago, but he doesn't really listen, because at that moment, he sticks a hand in his pocket to take out the apple he'd plucked. Warm goop sticks to his fingers. His back pocket is full of sticky mush. Little creatures wriggle around inside it. Maggots. How had he plucked a rotten apple? It felt fine on the branch. He takes another step, hands still absolutely hovering over his pocket. A buzzing sound. A couple of flies brush past his fingers. What had they been doing in his pocket? He hears them drift around him and up the staircase until suddenly, their buzzing stops. He crouches down and squints hard in the dark. He can just about make out 2 little flies lying on the stair just 2 steps away from him, both on their backs, legs curled. The kid reaches back into his pocket and feels around. The sticky mush is gone. Just some kind of dry, dusty substance is left. Strangely, the kid doesn't panic. He knows somewhere in his head that everything happening to him is very peculiar, yet he doesn't feel worried about it at all. To be honest, all he really cares about right now is making it to the top of this staircase. He takes off, running 2 steps at a time up towards where his brother must be waiting. Part of his mind notices that the jarring feeling in his leg from jumping off the wall is gone. No time to think about that now. Up he runs, each stride throwing him further and further. Somewhere behind him, he can hear his best friend muttering something to herself, something incoherent and garbled. Her voice definitely sounds different now. It barely sounds like her anymore. She sounds more like her mother. The kid catches his foot on a step and falls. His best friend clatters into the back of him before she has a chance to stop. The two of them topple over, landing awkwardly on a step, enough to knock the wind out of him. She lies on top of him. Only, it can't be her. It feels like a fully grown woman, not his 15-year-old friend. She whispers to him. Her voice doesn't sound scared at all, though. If anything, she seems a little disinterested. What's happening to us? The kid breathes heavily, struggling to get the air back into his lungs. That's when he notices the smell. Something deathly rotten is filling the staircase.
Oh no,
Something
his brother.
moldy and decaying. She seems to notice it too. The pair of them stand up straight and peer up the stairs. In the gloom, they can see it clearly enough. A person slumped on the ground. The smell tells them all they need to know about this person. They should run right now. They should run back down the staircase and out of there. Yet both of them inexplicably and in unison continue walking up the stairs, closing the gap on the corpse. It blocks off 2 whole steps, lying awkwardly on its side, slightly hunched over as if the person had collapsed in a coughing fit. The kid almost slips over. Something small is under his foot, something metallic. He reaches down and picks it up, feeling its shape and knowing almost immediately what it is. He lifts the lid and flicks the red and gold lighter on. A little flame fills the staircase with light, orange and weak, dancing around the stone. It is just enough to make out the flecks of blood coughed out of the corpse's mouth and onto the stone steps. It is just enough to see the scruffy little beard sprouting out of the corpse's face. It's just enough to make out the tattoo on the corpse's neck. The kid looks down at his older brother. Not just his older brother, but his older brother. Whereas before he had seemed like he was 41, he now looks like it. 41 and dead from something in his lungs. The kid turns to see his best friend. A woman in her mid-30s looks back at him. Her hair even has a couple of telltale grays. She should look afraid, but her expression is almost blank. But there's a little something there, just enough of an expression to tell him that she's seeing the same transformation on his face looking back at her. The kid reaches up to touch his cheek. A wiry beard meets his fingertips. They should run. They should run back down these stairs and get out of here. Call an ambulance and go home. And yet, the kid flicks the lighter closed, turns around, and steps over his older brother's body.
Why?
As he walks up the stairs in silence, he hears his best friend doing the same. After 5 more stairs, his knee starts to give out. Then his hip soon after that. It gets harder and harder to stand up straight, so he lets himself stoop slightly. His best friend's breathing grows softer and wispier behind him. Their pace slows down. Each step seems to take more out of him, feeling harder than the last. He needs a rest. That's all he needs. If he can just sit down for a second. His chest clamps in on itself like a vice. Blood hammers in his ears. Sweat floods across his brow in an instant, and the whole world seems to tilt around him.
It has to be the SCP, right? It makes you wanna ascend the whole thing.
Pain shoots through his body as his chest squeezes tighter and tighter. He rolls onto his back, gasping for air with frail lungs. The kid claws at his sunken ribcage, feeling loose, wrinkled skin under his fingertips. With a monumental effort, he flicks the lighter on to see an old woman peering at him through the dark. He can hardly recognize his best friend anymore, as she gently takes the lighter from his hand and steps over his convulsing body.
What the fuck?
He watches helplessly as she continues gingerly up the stairs in silence. She doesn't look back over her shoulder, disappearing around the corner, taking the light with her. Leaving the kid to die an old man in total darkness. With one final gasp of air before his heart gives out on him, he clings desperately to one hope. She's going to make it to the top of the stairs. She has to.
He got ditched!
It is fortunate in many ways that SCP-723 is in such a remote area. While the church has stood on that site for hundreds of years, for much of that time, it has been abandoned. Little is known about the history of the church, as many of the events around it have descended into local folklore. What is known about SCP-723
Yeah,
is that it is a spiral staircase housed within an abandoned church building in an undisclosed location in rural England.
Right?
For all intents and purposes, it is an unremarkable set of stairs, made from ordinary limestone from the local quarry. The steps are approximately 0.75 meters wide and worn away in the middle, apparently from frequent use. If you were to look at the outside of the church, you would see that the tower containing the staircase is not particularly tall and is in a state of disrepair. Taking a look inside that tower, however, seems to show the staircase extending up beyond the height of the tower, something that seems on the surface to be physically impossible. In fact, how high the staircase itself goes is a mystery to this day, as those studying SCP-723 are yet to find a way to see inside it beyond the first 2 floors. This is because every object, living or otherwise, that ascends up SCP-723 undergoes a rapid aging process. Organic creatures quickly grow older, die, and decompose on their way up the steps. Other objects behave as if a great deal of time has passed. Batteries and electronic devices go flat almost immediately. Decay is accelerated too, meaning wear and tear take place at an alarmingly fast rate. This renders any conventional methods of exploring SCP-723 obsolete. Sound and video recording equipment running on battery power quickly fail. After many attempts with different technology, recording devices linked to a robust cable were created specifically for trying to record footage beyond the first story of SCP-723. However, the video recordings failed around the 2nd story, and sound recordings failed around the 4th. Living subjects were required to transport these devices up the staircase, and so D-Class personnel were tasked with the job. Across all documented experiments, none of the subjects returned. In each case, a subtle change was noticed in the subjects upon crossing the 5th step. One subject paused, another gasped slightly, but beyond that, there was no physical or emotional discomfort for much of their ascent. Most were perfectly content to climb the stairs once they'd passed that 5th step.
It like gaslights
as the D-Class personnel climbed up the stairs and underwent the accelerated aging process, none of them appeared to be outwardly distressed for the most part. They all remained remarkably calm and almost disinterested in the way their bodies transformed before their very eyes. Video footage showed the subject's skin rapidly aging, undergoing conventional wrinkling and deterioration. Diseases appeared to develop at an advanced rate too, as one subject's body, recovered by pulling them back down with the rope they were attached to, contained tumors around the prostate and above the eye that were not present prior to the experiment. This subject was later discovered to have a family history of cancer. For all intents and purposes, it appears as if SCP-723 simply accelerates the natural aging process of the subject's body, following the same DNA instructions and deterioration that you would otherwise observe over the course of decades. D-723-7 was the subject to make it furthest up the staircase before the connection was lost. Approaching the 4th floor, the signal grew very weak, but in the noise could be heard a handful of distressed murmurings, including possible references to a door or the door, and to dark and mark. Beyond this point, there is no usable evidence. Local folklore in the area indicates that SCP-723 has been producing the same effect for generations. Stories can be heard from local residents about old church congregations who used to meet in the building and would mysteriously lose grandparents, children, priests, and strays who would disappear up the staircase. It is theorized that this is why the church building was left abandoned for so long. SCP-723 was only identified relatively recently, in the early 2000s, after reports surfaced of local children going missing in its vicinity. In response, the area has been cordoned off and designated as Site 288. A 3-mile chain-link fence was erected around the churchyard with signage warning any visitors to steer well clear. A further 2-mile restriction zone with magnetic locks is scheduled to be constructed in the near future. 3 guards are stationed around SCP-723 at all times of the day. None of them openly carry any weapons, so as not to arouse much attention from any passersby, presenting the site as a mostly uninteresting, unsafe, derelict building. The guards are not permitted to approach or ascend the staircase, and the same goes for any SCP personnel.
Yeah, I wonder what
happens
if you go from the top.
SCP-723 are D-Class personnel, specifically approved by Foundation personnel with Level 4 clearance or higher. While little is known about the cause of the effect, or how SCP-723 physically works, one thing is certain. No person who has started to walk up those stairs has ever come back down again. Now go and watch another entry from the classified files of Dr. Bob, such as SCP...
Yeah, I really wish it would have told us what happens if you just like climb through the window and you just go down the stairs instead. That'd be fun too. Also, I never watched this channel, but this video has 400,000 views. I think it's maybe someone just reading an SCP entry or something like that. The not deer.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Miller, and the SCP we're going to be looking at today
only
is SCP
it's an add-on that shows the likes. I'm not sure how accurate it is.
Disruption class Kennick, and risk class Warning. Special containment procedures. Containment of SCP-6448 should be focused on investigation of deer exhibiting anomalous traits within and around the Appalachian area. All civilian sightings of SCP-64 of the home's CCTV footage revealed their as divergent.
Okay. So he just reads the SCP entry. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. But I need some more stimulation, if you know what I mean. Well, it's pretty cool. I might actually check this out some other time.
It has been said that
there is another SCP animation, but from a different channel. The missing number, SCP-033.
is the loneliest number that you will ever know. But at least the number 1 is a number that can actually be known. What could we possibly mean by that? We'll try to imagine a number that cannot possibly be known or quantified. A missing number, if you will. No, not that one. This is a number that you can never put into an equation or a formula, and it does not appear in the numerical sequence. You cannot count to it, add to, divide, or multiply by it, or even see it. And yet this number still somehow exists. Sounds impossible, doesn't it? After all, the mathematicians among you will understand that the numbers are not a force of nature. They aren't a metaphysical aspect of our reality like space or time. Numbers are a tool, in a way. A tool created by human beings. We use them to measure and calculate. Numbers help us make some sense of this crazy world that we all live in. Just ask your math teacher, and they'll tell you how important numbers are to human civilization. The point is, ancient mathematicians invented numbers, so how could a number ever be missing? What makes a number unknowable? Well, perhaps it's time you learned. Math class is in session, and today we're talking about SCP-033, also known by the appropriate nickname of the missing number. As you may have already gathered, the whole point of SCP-033 is that it can't fully be understood by the ordinary human mind. Even highly trained mathematicians, experts in the use of numbers, able to understand the most complex equations, are barely able to interpret the formula that results in this missing number. At present, it exists written down on an irregularly shaped piece of paper.
But why is there
this paper does not have any right angles, no parallel borders, and the length of each side is different from all others. The SCP Foundation keeps this paper stored securely, locked up at the minimum safe distance of 30 meters away from any computer or other electronic device. On the paper itself is the mathematical formula that equals SCP-033. As you can probably imagine, the formula is intensely complex. It is filled with mathematical symbols ranging from common ones that you would immediately recognize, to those that are way more sophisticated and would likely require a PhD to fully understand. And then there are parts of this unfathomable problem that would baffle even the world's most notable math geniuses. But all these symbols and numbers coalesce to equal a number that has somehow been missed by all of humanity throughout the entire history of our civilization. One noted mathematician by the name of Professor Hutchinson, who first observed the calculation of SCP-033, referred to the missing number as theta prime. Okay, so here we have a number that can barely be understood by the average person,
sounds like
created
a
by a formula so complex that when written down it might as well be a page full of gibberish. Surely there couldn't be anything more to it than that, right? Wrong. You should know by now that the SCP Foundation doesn't concern themselves with the mundane, ordinary type of strange. They deal exclusively in the kind of strange that has anomalous origins and properties. In the case of SCP-033, the missing number is so complex that it practically breaks every and all rules of mathematics. In other words, theta prime cannot possibly remain fixed within our reality. The reason why the paper Theta Prime is written on has to have such unusual dimensions is due to the anomalous effect of the number. When written on ordinary paper, canvas, or any other similar surface or material, the missing number will begin to break down whatever it has been written on. It will literally erode and disintegrate anything on a molecular
This is where we
level.
come to the point where we read it
for
to
thinking
SCP.
you could get around that by typing out the equation for Theta Prime on a computer, but you would be wrong. This reaction even affects technology, burning out any and all devices someone attempts to digitally store SCP-033
Most
on.
useless
And if written on
SCP.
literally anything else,
Is it
well,
though?
then the missing
You
number
could
will
just
fade,
put the number
become
on, like,
obscured
whatever
and
you want,
unintelligible in
no?
a matter of seconds,
And make it
unreadable
disappear.
to anyone. We've talked a lot about what SCP-033
Like, have
does,
nuclear
mainly
waste?
because we can't really show
Well,
or
who
tell
cares?
you
Just
what
put-
it looks
just
like.
put the number
well,
on
unless
there.
you want your computer, phone, or tablet to break down and melt from the inside out. Like we mentioned earlier, Theta Prime cannot remain fixed in our reality,
Yeah, it
and
solved
it
the
will fade
pollution
away from any
problem.
surface
Just
or
write it on
destroy
the-
any
on all the
devices
waste.
used to display or calculate it. But the anomalous effects of the missing number do not stop there. SCP-033 also possesses the ability to leap from any safe material, like the paper of specific dimensions that it is written and stored on. That is why the safe containing the paper with the missing number equations written on it has to be kept a certain distance away from any electronic devices or other surfaces that can display Theta Prime. Should a material safely storing SCP-033 come into contact with anything unsafe, say a computer, then the missing number will pass on to the unsafe device, material, or surface and begin to destabilize its atomic structure. Any paper or electronic storage device within a 30-meter safe distance of SCP-033 risks becoming a victim of Theta Prime, almost as if the number itself is an infectious virus. Although the SCP Foundation's top researchers have tried their best to find one, there currently exists no safe way to store SCP-033 digitally. The Foundation has a number of projects that are still ongoing, looking into the best possible method to store the missing number electronically, without posing a risk to their computer systems. Additionally, the Foundation has long been conducting research of a different nature, trying to find some way of weaponizing SCP-033. It doesn't seem like a bad idea.
I need to bounce real quick. 2 seconds, 2 seconds. Wait, I'll give you music.
Bible Thump 500 SCP-166 looks like Haruka Caribou.
I'm back. Hello. I have returned. Hello, chat. Ay. And I've come with snacks. 4 pieces of chocolate. Knusperflocken. I don't think there's an English equivalent to that. It's just like little drops of chocolate and they're crunchy. They have like, I think like cookie parts in them or something. Like it's a literal drop of chocolate. Like they literally just did a drop of chocolate. And like chocolate flakes. And then I just have like, I guess they blend like a cookie and something and then just mix it with the chocolate. I don't know how they make it. Yeah, it's a very German snack. My mom brought it when she was over a few months ago, I think. And yeah, I've been snacking on them ever since. It's delicious. I have 4 drops. What was that? The missing number. I'm not sure when I finish this SCP. It's been okay so far.
Idea, right? After all, Theta Prime functions a lot like a computer virus when it comes into contact with machines. So why wouldn't they try to use it as a weapon? It is the goal of these projects that the Foundation will be able to use the missing number as a way to neutralize hostile machine SCPs. Any anomalies that they encounter that operate on logic-based systems, such as artificial intelligences, could in theory be susceptible to the destructive effects of SCP-033. Within the SCP archive file for the missing number is a classified article that details more about the discovery of SCP-033. Before going on to explore the results of the Foundation's testing with Theta Prime's use as a cyber weapon of sorts. First and foremost is a transcript from a debriefing with Professor Hutchison. If you were paying attention earlier, then you will remember that this is the same Professor Hutchinson that first observed SCP-033. And as a noted mathematician, he has some invaluable inside knowledge on the nature of Theta Prime, as he calls it. Every school child knows that 2 + 2 is 4. The solid mathematical certainty of numerical order and value is the basis for all logic-based systems. We know that after 2 comes 3 and after 3 comes 4. What this formula proves is that we missed a number somewhere. Imagine if all our technology was based on the belief that after 4 came 6. We simply didn't know or conceive of 5. That is, in essence, what this formula proves. We missed a number. The professor then goes on to ponder why handcrafted vellum works the best for containing SCP-033. Vellum is essentially an older type of fine parchment that originally would have been made from the skin of a calf or other young animal. Professor Hutchinson seems to theorize that there are two ways this particular material is able to keep SCP-033 written on it. One, the irregularity of the crafting process due to human error serves to eliminate any traces of regularity that would be found in a machine-created product. Two, the irregular borders seem to confuse it somehow, as if it gets locked up looking for a pattern to identify and use as an escape hatch. I'll tell you this though, I don't think it should be left on anything longer than a few days. It will find a pattern eventually. Finally, Professor Hutchinson then goes on to talk about the anomalous effects of the missing number, specifically its ability to destroy materials or computers that it comes into contact with. Hutchinson posits a theory that Theta Prime does not actually destroy anything, but instead tries to integrate itself into a system or onto a page. But the system or page cannot cope with the missing number, and so breaks down. It is almost as if he thinks the number itself wants to be understood. It longs for humanity to understand it after having been this for so very long. But Theta Prime is so utterly beyond our understanding that it has the potential to be devastating. It's like trying to cram another book into a completely full bookshelf. If you get a hammer, you can get it in there, but the whole shelf bursts eventually. If it gets out into the internet, we will potentially experience a full IT infrastructure collapse within hours. During one of their numerous tests with SCP-033, the Foundation's researchers wrote the various equations and formulae that equal Theta Prime on a standard piece of white copy paper, referred to as X1. Then they placed a second sheet, X2, just 30 centimeters away from X1. Within about a minute, the same mathematical symbols and formulae on X1 had started to appear on X2. After 160 seconds, the second page was full with the complex equation for the missing number. After around 5 minutes, both X1 and X2 began to appear slightly damp. However, Theta Prime and its related equations were still visible on the pages. After double that time, the first page X1 had begun to separate, dissolving partly into water and the rest into the pulp that had formed the paper itself. While it still kept the same standard shape and size, the formulae written on it had since become unreadable. X2 was still wet as well, but SCP-033 was still visible. After over 21 minutes had passed, X1 had been completely destroyed. The water component of it had evaporated, and the paper pulp had also disappeared. The second page, X2, soon followed the exact same process of being structurally broken down and unmade atom by atom, until there was nothing left. It becomes terrifying to think what might happen if you wrote the equations for the missing number on another human being. While their testing has yet to produce any tangible results, the Foundation staff always—
Damn it! I like Dr. Bob's videos because he always tests stuff on Class D personnel, and I'm like, surely they have tested it on people already.
make sure they transfer the missing number onto a whiteboard or chalkboard whenever studying it. Upon doing so, researchers are instructed to incinerate the paper that SCP-033 was written on previously, preventing multiple instances of Theta Prime and hopefully stopping the number from spreading any further. Any researchers observing or experimenting with SCP-033 must do so within a safe distance, away from computers and other devices. Testing can only occur for a maximum of 42 minutes before the missing number will destroy the surface it is written on.
Yeah, so far
fade
Dr.
from
Bob
view.
is my preference
While
for
dangerous,
sure.
volatile, and potentially hugely destructive
the other
if it ever
SCP
fell into the
so
wrong
far.
hands. Theta
If you
Prime
are like
is a
me and
strangely
you are a visual
insightful
learner.
SCP. Knowing there exists a missing number must be similar to how mathematicians felt about the introduction of variables. You will probably have seen these a lot in your algebra homework. Find the value of x and so on. Like SCP-033, that is also a number that cannot fully exist in our reality unless you figure out its value. It influences the calculations you have to make to find it, but it cannot be seen or understood fully at first. Perhaps there will come a day where we can store the missing number properly, but until then, we can only hope it never finds its way into our favorite notebook. Now go check out SCP-18.
Not bad, not bad. However, I have a Dr. Bob Wait, hold up, let me like this one. I have a Dr. Bob SCP that involves lungs and teeth. I'm excited.
Cleaning up the last of the blood, the priest splashes water on his face, hoping the chill will help steady him, steel his nerves ahead of the ceremony.
SCP-5852.
He's performed dozens, hundreds
I am
even.
excited.
Knows the order of service for a Catholic wedding by
You're
heart.
a sick woman.
That was until
Good.
it had found him.
Good.
The Faith Eater, he calls it. When it first appears, or rather, its voice does, the priest falls for its trick. He thinks it's the voice of God speaking, reaching down from the heavens to offer up divine wisdom.
Oh God.
But the more strange things the voice tells
Like
the
an
priest to do,
angel.
the more he begins to wonder. Then it starts telling him about the weddings, what to do, who to accept, how many it needs, and where to expect the Harbinger. It looks almost
Harbinger?
satanic the first time, the sights and sounds of what could only be an unholy ritual. But wrestling with it afterwards, the priest believes the lies told by the Faith Eater, that this is all part of the grand plan. The Harbinger is only present at these services to help determine who is worthy and who isn't. For a time, the priest resigns himself to his own lack of understanding. The Lord's ways are not his to know, his methods beyond the comprehension of a mortal. But he still has nightmares about all the blood. Lifting his head and looking at himself in the mirror, the priest clenches a fist, trying to stop the trembling of his fingers. The voice of the Faith Eater is still in his head, telling him that its Harbinger has arrived. A door opens behind him, and the priest sees the figure in the mirror behind him. They always look the same, always appearing as a man of middle age. But beneath the surface, it has no organs, its body made of the same fibrous tissue as an insect, hair and teeth formed from chitin. This is more cicada than man, just like the Faith Eater itself.
What is
It's always
this?
nerve-wracking, performing the ceremony knowing there's one present who doesn't belong. The priest always expects there to be a perceptive child or someone, anyone, on the bride or groom's side to point out there's a stranger standing among the groomsmen, that the Harbinger will be noticed and the subterfuge will be gone. But it never happens. They're always happy to see Cousin Johnny, as they call it, and laugh at its jokes. They seem to be able to understand the jumble of words that the priest can hear it speaking in. The priest feels his heart racing as he gets through the order of proceedings, drumming at his ribs, knowing the time to exchange vows is getting closer and closer. The happy couple recite their beautiful words and give each other their rings, and a swell hits the pit of the priest's stomach. The Harbinger, Cousin Johnny as they know him, steps forward with multiple pairs of pliers in his hands, just like the previous time. He passes them around the other groomsmen he'd been hiding amongst, and the bridesmaids, compelling them to start wrenching their teeth out one by one. There are no screams, no signs of pain, just copious amounts of blood pouring from the wounds in their mouth. As the Harbinger gathers up the removed bloody teeth and presents them to the bride and groom, the newlyweds start eating. The crack of their own enamel, jawbones breaking, is sickening, every time causing the priest to avert his eyes and look upwards. Sometimes he prays to the real God, not the Faith Eater, that this nightmare will cease.
What the fuck?
Other times, he just stares at the church's rafters. This time, he spots something secluded among the old woodwork overhead, the only other witness to the objectionable ceremony below, a nest of cicadas. Of all the areas of public life that the SCP Foundation keeps under surveillance, one might not expect the world of dentistry to be the one that warrants so much observation. Yet, over the years, if the Foundation's mission has come to prove anything, it's that anomalies can and will occur almost anywhere, in the most likely or unlikely of places, including inside human teeth. Some Foundation agents have spent tireless years, even entire careers, embedded as assistants, receptionists, and other members of staff at dental practitioners, on the lookout for SCP incursions. While under deep cover at these establishments, agents are tasked with keeping a close eye on the medical and dental records of patients, and are instructed to report any potentially anomalous conditions to the Foundation. One recent incident took place at a rural dentist's office in New Mexico. The patient, an unassuming average male, had booked an appointment with a local dental surgery, complaining of a mild...
Chat, this is the average male. This is the average male. You may not like it, but this is what average peak male performance looks like.
pain within his jaw, in and around his canines.
The dentist, a man named locally as Uncle Ted, given his reputation as a friendly family dentist, performed a routine examination on the patient, expecting that the man had little more than a minor toothache. On first glance, Uncle Ted thought he was looking at an ectopic growth, wherein a tooth grows in an abnormal position, usually stemming from the root. Shifting his tiny mirror around, he wasn't certain. It could have been a gemination, where a developing tooth splits into two teeth. But the patient had said this pain had only started up relatively recently. On top of that, his teeth were all fully developed. Either one of these conditions would have been noticed much sooner. What he saw when he looked in the patient's mouth was something entirely different. In his uncertainty, the dentist probed at the afflicted tooth with one of his implements, and to his horror, saw something was burrowing inside the tooth. Unbeknownst to him, both the patient and his assisting dental nurse had been undercover operatives of the SCP Foundation and had been waiting for exactly this moment.
Ew, why is she low-key creepier than the SCP? Look at her!
Unbeknownst to him, both the patient and his assisting dental nurse had been undercover operatives of the SCP Foundation and had been waiting for exactly this moment. Now able to get visual confirmation of the anomaly, the assistant locked the dentist and patient inside the office and called in the incident. Within a matter of moments, operatives of the Foundation's Mobile Task Force Lambda 12, also known by the codename Pest Control, had arrived on the scene to detain the patient and bringing Uncle Ted the dentist into custody as a witness to be dosed with amnestics. What he had just witnessed was a cicada crawling into the man's tooth. The SCP Foundation has given this designation to a phenomenon that affects members of the superfamily Cicadidae, or more colloquially known as cicadas. What do insects like these have to do with teeth? Well, instances of SCP-5852 are cicadas afflicted with an anomalous growth of human teeth. The development of SCP-5852 has, at present, never been reported occurring with the teeth of any other species, only human. In addition, researchers at the SCP Foundation have extensively examined each known case of cicadas being afflicted with SCP-5852 growths. As far as anyone is aware, there is nothing linking any of these cases of SCP-5852 infestations. Each recorded specimen afflicted with them have nothing in common, from genetic background to the region the insects inhabit. All SCP Foundation researchers looking into the phenomenon of SCP-5852 seem to concur that these teeth can manifest at random inside any cicadas on the planet. As a result, physical containment of potential specimens is impossible, given the sheer numbers of cicada populations in the wild, all of them considered to be potential specimens. Those known to be afflicted with SCP-5852 instances are referred to under the designation of SCP-5852-1. A cicada becomes one of these when a growth begins, typically occurring when the insect makes direct external contact with an SCP-5852 instance or another infected SCP-5852-1. However, in some cases, researchers have observed a selection of instances wherein infectees suffer an internal onset growth of SCP-5852, seemingly having had no other contact with the anomalous insects. Essentially, they can grow on or in any affected specimen. Once a cicada has been infected, the SCP-5852 growth will begin by manifesting within its body. This can cause anything from mild pain to intense discomfort to the cicada, which only worsens as the growth gets larger.
How do they know?
When this occurs, anomalous teeth sprout from it, and these can pierce through an SCP-5852-1 infectee's soft tissues surrounding the developing tooth. As the teeth increase in number, continuing to grow and damage these tissues, it can lead to fatal injuries within the affected cicada, especially if the teeth emerge within and cause damage to the insect's nervous system or cardiovascular system. During experimentation, Foundation research teams have discovered that intervening while these SCP-5852 growths are occurring has proved impossible. One test involved making numerous attempts to counteract the rapid growth of more teeth using targeted injections of acid. Researchers theorized that because human enamel is mostly comprised of a crystallized mineral called hydroxyapatite, that a sufficient application of acid would trigger demineralization, essentially dissolving the teeth growing on SCP-5852-1 instances like salt crystals in water. However, given that acid with a pH lower than 5.5 was required in order to demineralize enamel, this also meant that the infected cicadas were dissolved. Further experimentation with lower measures of acid also resulted in failure. Inevitably, a cicada that has become an instance of SCP-5852-1 will continue to anomalously grow teeth out of its body until they break through the insect's exoskeleton. Once this has happened, it will become entirely overwhelmed by teeth, but will attempt a desperate effort for survival. As is well known among those who live in areas where cicadas emerge en masse after their long period spent dormant, these insects are infamous for shedding their exoskeletons in a process similar to molting, in a process commonly referred to as sloughing. SCP-5852 infected cicadas will attempt the same when overwhelmed by teeth growths. Foundation entomology experts have since gathered up some of these sloughed exoskeletons and have run numerous tests on them. Conducting close analysis, the Foundation has determined that these exoskeletons are comprised entirely of hydroxyapatite. That's the aforementioned naturally occurring calcium mineral found in tooth enamel. When an instance of SCP-5852-1 sheds its calcified exoskeleton, this signals the termination of the insect's life. In every documented case, the process always results in the death of an infected cicada specimen. This occurs when the teeth that have grown on their old exoskeletons pierce and rupture the softer, underdeveloped exoskeleton the cicada grows to try and replace it. These are far more fragile, and damaging it is enough to kill an SCP-5852 infected cicada, if it hasn't already been killed by having its body ruptured by the teeth growths. Foundation research teams have closely examined the conditions of the teeth that grow as the result of an SCP-5852 infection, and have concluded that over 30% are discolored. Just under 30% possess some form of cavity, and there have, at a lower rate, been instances where an SCP-5852 has manifested as malformed teeth. Some of these have been observed as containing teratomas, a rare form of germ cell that can create tumors in fully formed tissues, including within teeth. Smaller percentages of the teeth that develop in SCP-5852-1 instances are either macrodontia or microdontia, teeth that are either larger or smaller than the average size. Meanwhile, as few others have grown as germinated teeth, wherein one of the developing growths splits into two teeth, or ectopic growths that causes them to form in abnormal positions or grow at an angle. Although some Foundation researchers have pointed out that a tooth growing out of a cicada could easily be considered an abnormal place for teeth to develop. Arguably strangest of all, however, is the 1.45% of SCP-5852 teeth that grow out of infected cicadas in the exact same condition as teeth that have undergone some form of dental restoration or cosmetic repair work. How is this able to occur without the aid of a trained dental professional is still unclear, and a question that has baffled Foundation researchers. The widespread nature of SCP-5852 has made it hard, if not entirely impossible, for the Foundation to contain it. The Foundation themselves have not been exempt from directly experiencing outbreaks of SCP-5852. An incident arose on the 21st of July 2012, significant for marking the first recorded instance of SCP-5852, which normally only affects cicadas, affecting humans. On the day in question, Senior Foundation researcher at Site-21 and leader of the team handling the experimentation with SCP-5852-1 specimens, Dr. Charles Greaves, would request a medical examination with an on-site physician. He complained that he'd been suffering with a mild toothache that seemed to be affecting his canines, and the severity of it had gotten so bad that it was affecting his ability to focus and function during work at the Foundation. Shortly after, his request for an examination was approved, and he was submitted to the Site-21 medical office for treatment. The Foundation doctor, in an effort to remove Dr. Greaves' toothache, saw fit to entirely remove the affected teeth. This took little more than conducting a routine extraction and pulling the researcher's canines out, but afterwards, to the horror of both Greaves and the man now looking at his removed tooth, there was something living inside it. Several juvenile, developing instances of Magicicada cassinii, referred to colloquially and among entomologists as the 17-year cicada, or dwarf periodical cicada, had somehow burrowed their way into Dr. Greaves' teeth. The entirety of Site-21 was placed on an immediate lockdown as the Foundation struggled to ascertain exactly how these cicadas had gotten into someone's teeth. In order to gauge just how widespread the anomalous incident was, every member of staff was requested to submit to a mandatory tooth examination. Over the course of several hours, it was subsequently discovered that every member of Site-21 personnel who had been assigned to researching SCP-5852 had numerous specimens of cicadas burrowing in their teeth. Checking personnel work logs, there appeared to be a breach and one that risked further potential spread of this infection. A Foundation security guard had been given several days of unpaid leave due to similar symptoms to Dr. Greaves, having reported his toothache a few days prior to the senior researcher. Unlike Greaves, however, the guard was not granted an on-site examination and was forced to instead consult a local dentist and wasn't permitted to return to work until his toothache was resolved. Said civilian dentist, one Theodore Uncle Ted Robinson, would subsequently witness a cicada burrowing into the guard's tooth during the procedure. Fortunately, another Foundation operative was also present during the guard's checkup, and this agent, posing as a dental assistant, was able to contact the Foundation for support.
Gosh,
Presently,
so
the
creepy.
offending security
cannot.
guard has been made redundant and received severance without pay. Meanwhile, in his absence, Mr. Robinson's small practice was forced to shutter its doors permanently. Amnestic treatment was administered to the now former dentist. However, an adverse reaction led to exacerbated memory loss prior to Mr. Robinson's release from Foundation custody. The Foundation considers its efforts to contain the SCP-5852 related outbreak a marked success thanks to minimal civilian
It's
witnesses
never gone
and
wrong
no casualties.
before.
The live cicada specimens that were extracted from affected personnel were kept and studied closely. Each one would begin to develop SCP-5852 tooth growth soon after. When analyzing these instances of SCP-5852-1, research teams discovered that the teeth being grown by these cicadas were exact, identical matches to their own teeth. The teeth of the previous hosts were now growing out of the infected insects, though how exactly this occurred, or even how the cicadas were able to burrow into staff members' teeth at all, remains unclear. Following this incident, personnel were instructed to never directly handle instances of SCP-5852-1 and make no skin-to-skin contact with any of the cicadas, regardless of whether they were alive or dead. It remains a mystery to SCP Foundation researchers exactly what is responsible for causing SCP-5852 outbreaks among cicada populations. Nothing has been gleaned about the precise origin of the phenomenon, despite extensive experimentation and examination of infected SCP-5852-1 instances. Given that the tooth-growing phenomena can occur at random among cicada populations, and the fact that this makes containing SCP-5852 somewhat troublesome, the Foundation has been forced to come up with alternate procedures in order to keep public awareness of SCP-5852 as minimal as possible. A cover story was devised and disseminated to civilians through the use of local and nationwide media. Stories began cropping up, especially in areas known for having sizable populations of cicadas, of a condition affecting the insects. This was referred to as tumorous growth disease, providing a plausible explanation for the toothy growths affecting the cicada populations. Later, this cover story was further pushed by Foundation-aligned entomological experts, further promoting the notion that cicadas afflicted with tumorous growth disease could spread a form of mange, a skin disease normally caused by mites and seen in dogs, but that can also result in rashes and irritation in humans, as well as the risk of secondary infections. The result of these cover stories to explain the presence of tooth-riddled cicadas to the public has, for the most part, had the intended effect of prompting civilians to avoid cicadas when they are no longer dormant. This has also led to most civilians avoiding making any contact with the corpses or discarded exoskeletons of the insects out of concerns around the fictitious cicada mange. No further
Not the
incidents of cicadas
mange.
burrowing into teeth, like the one that occurred at Site 21, have been noted. Given their propensity for
gotta
tracking,
sleep
containing,
after
and
this.
when necessary, exterminating anomalous organisms such as
am so
insects and vermin.
excited
Mobile
for your
Task Force
beautiful
Lambda 12
dreams
have been
tonight.
assigned as the first response team when dealing with
I'm sure you'll have
SCP-5852 outbreaks.
An amazing,
Should any
beautiful,
infected cicadas
great
be reported or found in the wild, then
Yeah.
Pest Control are sent to secure them and return them to the Entomology Department of Site 21. So far, very few at the Foundation have questioned why SCP-5852 specifically affects insects of the superfamily Cicadidae, and no other entomological group, or why certain other anomalies also seem to revolve around cicadas. One member of personnel, Research Assistant Wolfie Dalebro, did, however, raise this question in a small online forum connected with the Gamers Against Weed, an online collective known to create anomalies for their own amusement. In his post, Wolfie highlighted that there seemed to be some tangential link between SCP-5852 and SCP-2852, a figure known colloquially as Cousin Johnny. SCP-2852
Cousin Johnny,
has
right,
been known to
I
appear
forgot.
in various Catholic and Anglican religious functions, more specifically at baptisms, weddings, and funerals. An appearance of SCP-2852 often results in ceremonies taking a disturbing and violent turn, which also all seem to be connected to cicadas in some way. Weddings affected by SCP-2852 are referred to by the Foundation as white level events, and Wolfie Dalebro had discovered that one of these took place in the same location that SCP-5852 was first discovered. Templeton Memorial Church, located in Templeton, West Virginia, had been the site of a white level event several years prior to the discovery being made. A nest of cicadas infected with the anomalous growths, the first recorded instances of SCP-5852-1, were found nesting in the roof of Templeton Memorial Church by Foundation agents clearing up evidence of the disastrous wedding that had been visited by Cousin Johnny.
Locked in. This is probably my favorite SCP
if this insect nest was present during the white level event, and if SCP-5852 was somehow the result of SCP-2852's presence. Since postulating about a connection between SCP-5852 and SCP-2852, research assistant Wolfie Dalebro has since been removed from his position at the Foundation. In 2021, he was discovered to have been engaging with the forum connected with the Gamers Against Weed group and was administered with amnestics following his subsequent termination. It is still unclear if this research assistant was able to learn the connection between SCP-5852 and Imago. Check out the Dr. Bob Patreon and become a junior researcher today. Now go and watch another entry from the files of Dr. Bob, like SCP-478, Tooth Fairies.
Oh, beautiful. SCP-166. I'm curious. SCP-166. Does Dr. Bob have one? Dr. Bob does not have SCP-166. What the fuck is this shit naked? What the fuck is that shit?
Both Cousin Johnny and this SCP is connected to SCP-3004, a cicada god that propagates these events. If it were to come into baseline reality, everything would perish.
That's fucked up. A succubus? Which of these is good? This one has almost 1 million views. That's probably pretty good.
Dangerous anomalous entities, such as SCP-076, codenamed Able, are locked away in a containment chamber outfitted with maximum security precautions and guarded by the Foundation's most well-trained and heavily armed personnel. But not every anomaly poses a danger, and the Foundation realizes that. Sure, the monsters like SCP-106 or SCP-096, who need no introduction, aren't exactly treated to a bed and breakfast every morning, but those lower on the danger scale can get pretty comfortable inside their new home, depending on how well they're behaved and how little of a threat they pose, of course. Take for instance SCP-076's less violent brother, SCP-073, also known as Kane. SCP-073 is peaceful, a complete contrast to SCP-076's destructive fits of violent enrage, and as a result, he's treated like nearly any other low-threat anomalous humanoid. Amenities, clothes, maybe even some time in the Foundation's recreational spaces if they're extra well-behaved. It's true that the Foundation has been doing a lot for the anomalies it contains, especially in recent
recreate some
After
SCPs,
all,
if you know
anomalies
what
contained
I
by the
mean.
Foundation are, containment breaches aside, supposed to be contained for life. The least the Foundation can do with all of their seemingly infinite money and funding is show them an easier time while they're in there. Sometimes anomalous humanoids are integrated into the Foundation's command structure, such is the case with the mysterious Dr. Clef, a former Global Occult Coalition agent turned Foundation operative with reality-bending powers and a penchant for neutralizing dangerous anomalies. Or Dr. Jack Bright, who continued to work as a Foundation researcher following an accident with SCP-963, an amulet that made his consciousness immortal. Or Kane Pathos Crow, once an ordinary Foundation scientist, now a golden retriever blessed with superintelligence, thanks to an experiment gone wrong, or right, depending on who you ask. It is true, the Foundation is definitely more accepting of the anomalous than it may initially seem. Let's take a look at a particularly notable anomaly contained by the Foundation. SCP-166 can be seen as a baseline example of how the Foundation treats the average humanoid anomaly that doesn't pose a significant threat to the organization or society at large. SCP-166 is contained at the famous Site-19, inside a hermetically sealed antechamber outfitted with an industrial air purifier. Personnel assigned to SCP-166's containment chamber must wear specially designated biohazard suits before entering, and keep them on at all times, lest they succumb to SCP-166's anomalous effects. SCP-166 is a teenage girl of European descent, possessing certain bodily features found on a reindeer. She has antlers, hooved feet, and a short tail. All that's missing is a red nose, right? But despite looking like one of Santa's most trusted four-legged helpers, SCP-166 has little to do with the animal. In fact, scans of her DNA reveal no irregular genetic traits. To the instruments used to record such things, she is a completely ordinary human. Her reindeer features are, according to some Foundation theorists, a reflection of her connection with nature and a remnant of her past. But we'll get to that. Aside from her fluffy parts, what makes SCP-166 so anomalous? As it turns out, SCP-166 possesses an incredibly strong anomalous ability. Any artificial objects, meaning those that are man-made, within a 15-meter radius of SCP-166 will return to an unworked state. For example, a car placed within SCP-166's range will return to a composite of paint, metals, leather, and plastics over time. These higher complexity objects, such as vehicles or electronics, are affected more quickly by SCP-166, with degradation of their metallic components giving out and causing massive structural failure, resulting in an unusable object. More natural objects made of rudimentary materials, such as stone buildings and products made of organic materials, will decay at a much slower, nearly imperceptible rate. So SCP-166's containment chamber and containment solution is more than safe, though it might need to be repaired and touched up over the years. SCP-166 is very in touch with nature, as her appearance would suggest. In fact, in areas where objects degraded as a result of her influence, flowers and plant growth will begin to appear. Sometimes this foliage will grow in places that should otherwise be impossible for it to, such as ID scanners or security cameras. You could imagine that the inside of the chamber is practically a botanical garden. Still, the Foundation has to be careful with how SCP-166's containment chamber is constructed and who enters it, as the degrading deer girl harbors a particular sensitivity to artificial materials and pollutants, such as smoke or pesticides. Inhalation of or contact with one of these airy substances causes SCP-166 to grow ulcers and suffer symptoms of asthma attacks. Even being in close proximity with a smoker can cause SCP-166 pain, with one instance prompting a severe asthma attack despite the Foundation doctor in question having not smoked a cigarette in over 3 weeks. If you need another reason to stay away from smoking, do it for SCP-166. Isn't she adorable? You wouldn't want to give her a panic attack, would you? Not only are SCP-166's visitors limited and screened beforehand, but her clothing consists of organic cloth so as not to trigger a degradation effect. All of her meals must be prepared by a trained Foundation chef and followed according to a specific set of guidelines, with as little inorganic additives as possible. The Foundation has to be a bit more careful than usual with the items requested by SCP-166, not only due to her anomalous ability to degrade objects, but due to her mysterious past and connection with a small convent of nuns in Ireland. We'll explain. You see, like most humanoid anomalies, the Foundation has allowed SCP-166 to put in requests for personal items she might find missing from her containment. Now, the Foundation may deny these items for a variety of reasons, but there's also a chance they won't. To date, SCP-166 has requested a copy of the Holy Bible, a Catholic rosary, and various books and magazines involving religious content, all of which were approved by Site-19's director, Sophia Light. SCP-166 also requested access to a Catholic priest for confession, mass, and other sacraments. This request was initially denied, but later reapproved after Chaplain Davis, an ordained member of the clergy working with the Foundation, agreed to meet with SCP-166 on a bi-weekly schedule, every other Sunday. SCP-166 also requested a telephone, which she intended to use to contact the Abbess of Our Lady of Mercy Convent, a cloistered society of nuns in County Galway, Ireland. This request was a little more complicated to process, At first, it was denied, then granted, and then denied again after a reconsideration by Director Light. But why did SCP-166 want this item? What connection could the dear girl have to a group of nuns in Ireland? The answers lie in the Foundation's discovery of SCP-166. SCP-166 was discovered in the Our Lady of Mercy Convent in County Galway, Ireland, where the girl had been living since infancy. Her strange appearance and abilities initially made her the subject of scrutiny by the sisters who lived there, but she was taken care of and raised as a member of the Catholic faith. When the Foundation was alerted to SCP-166's existence, a defecting Global Occult Coalition agent operating under the codename Ukulele, who is now in the process of joining the Foundation, confirmed that he recognized SCP-166. He knew that SCP-166 was the child of an incredibly dangerous entity, classified by the Global Occult Coalition as threat.
It looks like the shrimp in the corner is like reading the SCP script. He's just giving us the script.
Global Occult Coalition agent operating under the codename Ukulele, who is now in the process of joining the Foundation, confirmed that he recognized SCP-166. He knew that SCP-166 was the child of an incredibly dangerous entity, classified by the Global Occult Coalition as Threat Entity 9927 Black, a being codenamed the Goddess. The Goddess also was being pursued by the SCP Foundation and given a designation as an SCP object, though its number and the exact details of the file have been redacted by the Foundation for security purposes. What we do know is that the Goddess was a seriously dangerous entity, and both parties were dedicating as many resources as possible to its capture, containment, or neutralization. The conflict between the Goddess, the Global Occult Coalition, and the SCP Foundation came to a head during an event known as the Cornwall Incident. The Goddess's file, which was received and archived by the SCP Foundation, has a portion describing SCP-166, which reads as follows. Threat entity is the child of incarnated LTE-9927 Black, the Goddess, and an unknown father. While it strongly resembles its mother and shares its animalistic features, it lacks the extreme bestial appearance of 9927 Black, possesses minor chlorokinetic abilities, but primary reason for threat entity classification is the instinctive knowledge and eligibility to enact occult procedure Clockwork Blackchild Havilah, a worldwide ritual working that would irreversibly regress human civilization to Neolithic standards. Strike Team Lancelot neutralized 9927 Black in England during an operation which would later be known as the infamous Cornwall Incident, but were unable to confirm the liquidation of 9927 Blackchild due to the death of the strike leader, Agent Ukulele. Ukulele was posthumously awarded the Silver Aegis for his lifelong service to humanity. Ukulele. As the file stated, SCP-166 is the child of the Goddess, and the reason for her anomalous degradation abilities is so that she can enact them on the world and fulfill her mother's unholy mission, a ritual that would regress society to prehistoric times, ridding the world of modern technology and man-made creations. Why the Goddess wanted to carry out this ritual is unknown, but SCP-166 was her key to achieving her primitive desires. Through her child, she could reach her goals, but the Cornwall Incident threw a wrench in the Goddess's plans. Agent Ukulele, a global occult agent famous for decommissioning dangerous anomalies, was tasked with killing SCP-166. Perhaps it was her human appearance, or the fact that she was only a small child, or even something that lay even deeper. Ukulele could not bring himself to terminate SCP-166. He defected from the Global Occult Coalition, faking his death and taking SCP-166 alongside him. Entrusting her care to the Convent of Nuns, Ukulele made himself scarce, relieved that SCP-166 was safe. After being free from the Global Occult Coalition's grasp, Ukulele was unsure of what to do with his life. Taking the name Alto Clef, Ukulele had rid his previous identity from the anomalous world, and was prepared to start a new life. But he couldn't let SCP-166 live unattended. What if the Global Occult Coalition found her and terminated her in an act that would finish what they had started all those years ago? What if the Foundation discovered her? He didn't want to risk the girl being put into a life of containment that she never wanted. Clef decided that he made the best decision and kept SCP-166's existence to himself as best he could. But his hand was forced not long after. SCP-166 at the age of 12 was seen by a civilian visiting the convent, who reported her existence to the authorities. The Foundation became aware of SCP-166. Clef, wanting the best for SCP-166, exchanged valuable Global Occult Coalition intelligence, documents, and information with the Foundation in exchange for SCP-166's containment and guaranteed safety. It was the best he could do for the girl. Clef then fully defected to the SCP Foundation, where his skills were heavily in demand. Soon, SCP-166 was retrieved from the convent and brought into containment. At least now, Clef could know she was safe. The Cornwall incident resulted in the termination of the goddess, and all parties were relieved that the world was rid of this dangerous and mysterious entity. But it also brought Clef a significant amount of strife. Why did he save SCP-166? Why was the battle-hardened and brutal assassin unable to kill her? What connection did Clef share with the goddess, if any? SCP-166 often wondered about the exact details of her past. She wasn't privy to her history with Clef or all the details of her birth, or what arcane ritual she was born to carry out. SCP-166 only knew the convent, her faith in the Catholic religion, and her life in the custody of the SCP Foundation. During her talks with Chaplain Davis, she often discussed these feelings and desires to know more about herself and her past. The Foundation kept further details about the goddess and her past under restrictive classifications, and attempts to pry deeper never bore SCP-166 any fruit. One conversation between SCP-166 and Chaplain Davis was particularly noteworthy. Inside the small confessional, where the two met every other week, they exchanged greetings and began talking. SCP-166 enjoyed her talks with Chaplain Davis, which allowed her to explore her faith and further her appreciation of it. It also gave her an opportunity to talk about her feelings and thoughts in an environment similar to the ones she was raised in. To start, Davis reminded SCP-166 that information she gave him could be reported higher up in the Foundation, if need be. In the Catholic religion, confession is a confidential space, but for the SCP Foundation, the rules of the Church are often broken. As usual, I have to remind you that due to our environment, the seal of confession will not take place unless specifically invoked. Even then, details of our conversation can be unsealed if they're determined to be essential. Understand? Davis said. SCP-166 understood and nodded her head. First, SCP-166 asked a question about a replacement for Pope Benedict, who announced his retirement at the time of the interview. Chaplain Davis responded, Yes, that was rather unfortunate. But it does make sense, my child. He was rather old even when he first took up the position. Now he can rest.
Isn't that every Pope?
He served the Church well. SCP-166 was curious to know if a replacement had been decided. Davis informed her that while there was speculation, one had yet to be decided for certain, though he was sure the Church would want to go forward with a fresh, new face to broaden its mission. SCP-166 seemed pleased at this, but Chaplain Davis sensed an underlying discomfort in the girl. She wasn't speaking her true feelings. He assured her that whatever question she had, he could answer to the best of his abilities and without any judgment. SCP-166 decided to speak up. She wanted to know if Chaplain Davis had a good relationship with his parents. Davis sat back for a moment and thought carefully about his response, as he did with all questions that could cause an emotional response in SCP-166. No topic was more sensitive for SCP-166 than the matter of her heritage. Davis informed her that he maintained a good relationship with his mother before she passed away, and a less than happy relationship with his father. Davis asked SCP-166 about her parents, diverting the conversation away from himself. He wasn't sure at this point exactly how much SCP-166 was told or knew. In fact, the Foundation didn't even let Chaplain Davis know the full context of SCP-166's origins. I never really knew my parents, said SCP-166. I got dropped off when I was a baby. I mean, I guess they must have known the sisters if they put me there, but I don't remember them, just what I picked up. They mentioned my mother a bit before they realized they should watch what they say about me. I think they said something about her being a goddess, which obviously wouldn't be true. She must have been some sort of spirit, but she must have been something if I ended up looking like this. I remember eavesdropping on the abbess. She was talking to one of the other sisters about how she had done something wrong, something about a ritual that someone else stopped. They said she died. Davis, taken aback by SCP-166's revelations, told the girl that he was sorry for her loss. SCP-166 said that it wasn't like she knew her anyway, so she wasn't bothered by it all that much. Davis asked about her father. but SCP-166 also had little information on him. She said that she had asked the abbess about him multiple times, but she never mentioned SCP-166's father. She wondered if her mother, the goddess, was so horrible, what did her father do that made him unspeakable? SCP-166's questions would not go unanswered. One day, a letter was found inside her containment area. It read, "I first met your mother when we were little more than children. She had hooves for feet and starlight in her eyes. She was beauty and nature incarnate, and I killed her with my own 2 hands. Eden isn't a place, it is a state of being. They wanted to take us back to it, and I stopped them. I took paradise away from us for a second time. I've never regretted my actions on that day, except one. And when you first met me on that day, you saw your father put a bullet into the head of your mother. I make no excuses, only explanation. You may not have even remembered it, but I'm telling you now in the hope you understand why I did what I did. I hope you forgive me. I love you. I wish I could have done more for you. The best I could do was leave you in the hands of kind and loving people and hope they would raise you in my place.
Ukulele is the dad?
I'm sorry you couldn't stay with them. I'm sorry they brought you to this place. I promise to do my best to make sure your stay here is pleasant. I promise to keep you safe. Happy 16th birthday from your loving father, Dr. Clef." Site-19's director, Sophia Light, gave Clef a disciplinary interview for making unapproved contact with SCP-166 and writing such an emotional appeal to the girl. Clef had been barred from talking to SCP-166, and his superiors were even skeptical about letting him work at the same site as her. Light showed sympathy for Clef's dilemma. For 16 years, SCP-166, Clef's daughter, was unable to live her life normally because of who she was.
Fucked a
He
goat.
felt partially responsible. Despite being one of the Foundation's most trusted and powerful agents, capable of sending a strike team anywhere in the world and knowing secrets people would pay billions to know, Clef was unable to talk to his own daughter. In the end, Clef was subject to a minor disciplinary infraction, but the hope that he may one day reunite with his beloved SCP-166
the mother was a goat.
Now go check out SCP-407, the Song of Genesis, and SCP-6000, the Serpent, the Moose, and the Wanderer's Library for more nature-inspired SCPs.
Holy shit, what the fuck? Dude, I wonder if she will ever, like, just go absolutely feral and everything just falls apart and she actually ends up pulling us back into the Stone Age. Holy shit. Yep. Ooh. I like the thumbnail of this one. But I like Dr. Bob's storytelling so much more.
He fucks up gods and then he fucks gods, Chad.
First he fucks up gods, then he fucks a god. Man, I love these thumbnails, but I like Dr. Bob's way of storytelling quite a bit more. Like, a lot more, actually. 2-week vacation is over. Time for bed. Oh, yeah, Mary's good night. Sleep tight, too. Yeah, we do a Dr. Bob. The salsa hammer. And it's just a dude with just a hammer. Yeah, we are watching SCP-3794, the fucking salsa hammer. We are watching that.
London's never really quiet. Even in the dead of night, there are still taxis driving, drunks shouting, and arguments echoing from top-floor windows.
Perfect.
Cleaners and airport staff trudge through the darkened streets on their way to work, not looking up at the bar staff and security guards plodding home. It's probably better that it never gets really quiet, though. As much as the thief would like to be able to hear the footsteps of someone else coming his way, it's probably best that the noises out on the street mask his own. His theory is proven correct almost immediately as he jumps from the overpass down onto the construction site. He makes it over the barbed wire fence, but loses his footing on the landing and falls against a porta potty. The plastic wall splits, and he clatters through into the toilet. Sticking out a hand, he manages to stop himself. You'll never guess where his hand landed. Wonderful.
Ew.
For a moment, he slumps there, grumbling to himself, praying no one hurt him. But outside, there's just the regular hum of London's nightlife. He's safe for now. He straightens up, opens the door of the porta potty, and steps out. He has to crane his neck back to look up at the structure in front of him. He's at the base of a block of flats, or at least what would have been a block of flats. He'd asked the chicken shop owner from across the street about this place earlier in the day. The man told him it was supposed to be a new development to attract young 20-something professionals to the area, but midway through construction, the company shut down. Now the shell of the building stands empty, waiting to be knocked back down. With any luck, there might still be some building equipment around here that he can salvage, or maybe a bit of copper wiring he can sell. At the very least, it'll put a roof over his head for a few nights. He's even got a toilet. Kind of. He'll scope the place out and call his wife in a bit. After a long day working the market stalls, she deserves her night in the soup kitchen tonight. That place had stopped letting him in after the last fight. The pair of them aren't exactly homeless. They just don't have a home right now. The thief sidles into the building, peering around in the gloom. Exposed concrete and girders surround him in every direction. There aren't many walls in place yet, just floors and ceiling, broken up by staircases and supporting pillars. It'll be quite exposed down here. He needs to head up higher to see if there are any more secluded spots for the night. As he climbs up the stairs, the thief hears voices above him echoing through the empty shell of a building. He peeks over the top of the stairs. This floor's a bit more divided up. There are a few walls in place. He sees the light of what must be a fire dancing around the edge of one of them. That's where the voices are coming from. Security guards wouldn't light a fire. They must be homeless. Ugh, the thief hates homeless people. Being surrounded by them so much at the moment is just demeaning. They have no morals, no standards. They just lie and steal. He spies a couple of backpacks leaning against the wall. He'll have to be quiet, but with a bit of luck, he can sneak over and take one of those packs without any of them hearing. He creeps up to the top of the stairs, and a piece of metal glints at him in the dark. A sledgehammer, lying there on the ground. He tiptoes over to it and lifts it into his arms. It's heavy. If he can give it a good swing, it'll keep him safe for sure. He grins and makes his way towards the packs on the ground. He gently loops a hand under the shoulder strap. 3, 2, 1. Clatter! An empty can falls out of the side and bounces off the concrete floor. What was that? Oh no. The thief shoulders the pack and runs.
Yeah, he has
but it's
weird
too
morals
late.
for
A pair
a
of
thief.
hands grab him and
I
spin
hate
him around.
the homeless.
The thief
They
staggers
steal and
backward, but
lie.
stays on
I'm
his
a
feet.
thief. I'm so much better.
3 figures surround him in the dark. He doesn't have a choice. He swings the sledgehammer wildly. It takes all of his strength just to lift it, but sure enough, he feels it connect. He swings it back the other way, hard as he can. His arms strain from the effort. A man yelps in the darkness. Something heavy thuds to the floor. For a moment, all 4 of them stand there in silence. The thief holds the sledgehammer at the ready. He isn't sure if he's got the strength to swing it again, even with all this adrenaline. But the other men aren't looking at him. The 2 on either side stare at the man in the middle. Or rather, what used to be the man in the middle. The man's friends bolt for the exit. They run off into the night without a look back. Neither will ever be able to explain what they saw tonight. It takes a long time for the thief's hands to warm up by the fire. They feel cold and don't stop trembling for a long time. So long that the sun is about to come up. There's something red on the thief's hands. He can just about make it out in the flickering light. Must be blood. He wipes it on the ground and reaches into his pocket, fishing out the little brick phone. He's only got 5% battery left and almost no minutes on the sim. No time to explain the details. He just calls his wife, gives her the location, and tells her to come quick. She'll need to jump from the overpass soon before there are too many commuters on the rails. He's moved the body, of course. He's sitting next to it right now, actually. Couldn't leave it out in the open for anyone to see. In this little nook with the fire, he's well hidden from the outside world. There's graffiti on the walls. This must be a popular spot. If anyone comes and disturbs him, he knows what he's doing with them. The sledgehammer leans against his leg. After about an hour, he hears footsteps on the concrete behind him. He whistles once. 2 whistles come back. His wife stops dead when she rounds the corner. He hadn't told her what had happened over the phone, just that he'd found them a new spot. She's staring at the body lying next to him. Rose petals and candles usually work better. He shrugs and looks back at the flames. Not his fault. Self-defense, as always. But she doesn't stop staring. It's starting to annoy him now. It's like she's never seen a body. What's wrong with her? Can't she? Then he hears it. Soft, rasping breathing. Very slowly, the thief turns his head. lying there on the ground next to him, with half of his head caved in. The man is still alive, staring at them both through one horrified eye. The thief grasps the sledgehammer and stands up. That just makes no sense. His wife looks puzzled too. They look at the man lying on the ground in more detail. A chunk of his head is missing completely, but the wound underneath is healed over. The flesh and brain underneath looks like it's been cauterized, as if he'd been burned. And surely you can't still be alive with that big of a chunk of your brain missing. Strange, his wife mumbles. Her hand joins his on the hilt of the sledgehammer. She takes it from him and caves in the homeless man's head. In just a few swings, his head is a red, mushy pulp on the floor. Definitely dead now.
Ew.
They both stare at the body for a bit. No more breathing. Lovely. Problem solved.
Lovely.
The red mush doesn't look like blood.
Oh yes, lovely.
Incredulously, his wife extends a finger and dips it into the red mush on the homeless man's head.
Ew.
She raises it to her mouth and has a taste. Salsa. 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 He doesn't believe her. He leans down to take a nibble of the red mush on the ground.
Ew.
Sure enough, the cool taste of pico de gallo meets his tongue. It's not bad, you know. Ignoring the sweaty grime of the homeless man's flesh, it's actually pretty good. The thief looks over at his wife. She scoops 2 fingers through the goop and sticks it in her mouth. A grin spreads across her face, a glint lighting up her eye. He's been married to her long enough to know what this face means. She's got a plan. Finding the jars proves to be the biggest issue,
know what
or at
this
least
face
finding
means?
intact jars.
A plan.
Dumpster diving has never been the thief's favorite pastime. Feels a bit too homeless for him. But as he climbs out of his 12th bin of the day with nothing to show for his efforts but a measly little glass jar, he thinks he's had enough. He tosses a rotten potato at his wife. It splatters in her hair. It would probably stink anywhere, but amongst all this trash, the potato is probably the best smelling thing around. You throw one more bit of trash at me, and I'll be dipping tortillas in what's left of you, she says. The thief's had enough. He clambers out of the dumpster and storms over to his wife. This plan sucks. Why does he have to be the one covered in trash all the time? Why is he the one always breaking into construction sites? He raises a fist above his head, just as she spots the jar in his hand and squeals in excitement. She pecks him on the lips and excitedly tells him that they should have enough of them now to get started. Her lips taste of rotten potato.
Ew.
Back in the construction site, they get to work. Taking it in turns, they raise the sledgehammer above their heads and bring it down on the homeless man's body. With every hit, they expect the magic to stop working, but it doesn't. Dollops of salsa pool where bruises would normally form. While one of them pummels the corpse, the other scoops the salsa into jars, carefully screwing on the lid and writing little labels to go alongside. Artisanal pico de gallo, £3.50. Salsa made straight from the heart.
Straight from the
It's
heart.
not all made from a heart though, is it? The thief says. Only one jar will be. The rest will be made from the bowels and stuff. It's all connected, innit? You can taste some in a bit and tell me if any of it's different. He doesn't really fancy trying bowel salsa, but his wife makes him. She's the one holding the hammer. You know what? If he didn't know it was bowel salsa, he never would have guessed it. Tastes pretty much the same as all the rest. The pair of them managed to mash about half of the body into salsa that day. The remaining carcass lies on the concrete rather neatly. There's no blood or gore at all. If anything, this is a pretty sterile affair. Just salsa.
Just
What we call no
salsa.
business then? The thief asks.
Who
How about
comes up
Joe's?
with these?
His wife
Who
rolls
the
her
fuck
eyes at
comes
him and
up with
thinks for
this
a moment.
shit?
El
The
martillo
salsa
y la
hammer.
pulpa. The thief doesn't know any Spanish, so he just laughs and pretends he gets the joke. At least, he hopes it was a joke. 2 days later, business is booming. From the first thing in the morning until late in the afternoon, the jars of salsa are selling like hotcakes. The two of them can hardly believe it. At lunchtime each day, the thief has to go back to the apartment and restock. Those are their code words for going back to the dilapidated apartment complex and pulverizing the corpse of a homeless man with a sledgehammer, just in case that wasn't clear. At
Thanks for
£3.50 per
explanation.
jar, their
I knew
handmade
that.
recipe is pulling in the big bucks. Who'd have guessed that the homeless could be so profitable? The market they're selling in apparently has a strong Mexican migrant community living nearby. On top of that, a handful of local moms started sharing photos of the artisan salsa from the local market, which surged the demand. It
Not
might
the
even be time to
local
start jacking up the
moms.
prices. Only, they've got a problem. As the thief arrives at the market with a wheelbarrow full of freshly filled jars, he pulls his wife to one side to have a whispered conversation with her. They're almost out of stock. And of course, by the
Out of
word
stock.
stock, they really mean the cold, rotting dead body. His wife looks at him incredulously.
Out of stock.
Does he really not see the solution here? If you're running low on ingredients and your product is flying off the shelves, what do? You go out and source yourself some more damn ingredients. As the thief walks away with his wheelbarrow and sledgehammer, he wonders why it's always him doing the messy jobs. But try as he might, the thief can't find any targets. He walks
Local
around all of the
Facebook
streets near the
milfs,
block of flats,
mankind's
but has no
greatest
luck.
enemy, cheer
He approaches
500.
one sleeping homeless man and kicks him in the shoulder, trying to wake him. Bad idea. The man starts yelling loud enough to attract the attention of everyone on the street. No amount of begging or bargaining is going to get this man to move an inch. The thief gives it a go anyway and watches in shock as the man buries his teeth into his ankle.
Ow.
Limping back up the stairs into their nook in the construction site, the thief has a scowl on his face. After a couple of hours, his wife arrives and joins him at the fire. It's a good profit today, even better than the previous day. Keep this up, and they'll be rich in no time. He grins at his wife. She leers back, then shoves the money back into her pocket. Hang on a minute. That wasn't part of the deal. They're partners, 50-50. She bares her teeth at him and tells him she's just holding on to it for now. The sledgehammer sits halfway between them. The thief glances down at it. So does his wife. But that night, they are in luck. A drunk wanders into the construction site. He's so wasted that he doesn't have time to figure out that he's been pummeled to death by a hammer until he's just a generous splodge of salsa fresca slowly oozing across the concrete floor. The following night, another two men saunter in. Then the thief convinces an obnoxious local with a dog to follow him into the place the afternoon after that. The dog wasn't worth the effort. It ran around a lot before they caught it and only produced enough salsa for a medium-sized garden party. But the haul is good. All of a sudden, they are overrun with work. Jar after jar after jar. Everyone in the area keeps coming back for more, even telling their friends about it. This salsa is to die for. They have to know the recipe. Dead Londoners, drunks, dogs, that kind of thing. The crowd of moms aren't quite sure what the joke was, but try to laugh anyway. Everything is going perfectly. Except, of course, for the thief's ankle. The bite mark went purple, and now it's on its way to green. The veins on his foot and up his leg are starting to look like a funny color. He should really go to the hospital.
feel bad,
but he reckons it'll be
but,
okay.
you know.
Besides, they don't really like him at any of the hospitals around here. He's had one too many visits, and been the reason for one too many for several other men. But that night, it's clear that something's wrong. As he and his wife sit on a pile of corpses next to their fire, he feels a cold sweat on his brow. His wife counts all of the coins into neat piles. There's more in front of them than they've ever shared before, but his head is feeling swimmy. The thief lies down on the corpse bed. He's back to back with an investment banker who took the wrong alley home on his walk home from work. No lying down yet. You need to cook up a new batch before bed. His wife is glaring at him. He refuses, says he's too tired tonight and his ankle hurts. She starts grumbling at him about not pulling his weight. A switch flips in his head. I'll do more work when you give me what I'm owed. The money. I want my share now. His wife cackles and jumps to her feet. Fat chance. He's not seeing a penny until he actually starts to contribute. She's the one who came up with the idea. She's the one who sells dozens of jars a day. She's the one holding the sledgehammer right now. His eyes widen. What are you doing with that? You say your ankle's sick? Well, I know something that could help you with that. Before his woozy mind can register what's happening, the sledgehammer arcs through the air towards him. That sobers him up. Lucky for him, he manages to roll out of the way at the last moment, causing the sledgehammer to embed himself in the ground next to him. That's it. It's time for a hostile divorce. He hauls himself to his feet and grasps the hammer, pulling it as hard as he can towards himself. The metal connects with his chest, and he feels the salsa running down his ribs. He shoves her back. The sledgehammer catches her shoulder and salsarizes it. Tomato chunks fly across the room and sizzle in the fire. Back and forth, the hammer swings, hitting the thief, then his wife, then him again. On and on, until nothing is left but a sledgehammer and two large piles of salsa. Usually it's the smell that alerts people to a dead body, except for once, it was actually a pretty pleasant smell. Forensic police had to consciously stop themselves from having a taste. One of them even happened to have some tortillas in the car that day. By the time he returned to the station that evening, the packet was empty. He swears to this day that he ate them dry. It wasn't long before the story broke. Some in the local press theorized that this was a bizarre viral marketing campaign from Doritos. Once that theory was out there, it wasn't long before the story died. No one likes overly aggressive advertising. To this day, Scotland Yard hasn't got a clue what was going on at that crime scene. One senior investigating officer was unofficially quoted shaking his head and saying, "I don't know what the hell happened here. Sometimes it's best to just not ask questions." We all know it takes two to tango, but I bet you didn't know it takes a sledgehammer to salsa. That was my attempt to draw some kind of lesson from SCP-3794. You can probably guess the nickname of this SCP already. The salsa sledgehammer. Currently stored in a standard item locker, this SCP is considered to be totally safe in the right hands. You could use it to demolish walls, break apart cinder blocks, or win over your new mother-in-law with a fresh bowl of homemade nachos. Assuming, of course, that you have the necessary ingredients. That is because when SCP-3794 makes sufficiently heavy contact with living tissue, it immediately converts the point of impact and surrounding area into salsa. Affecting roughly 3 to 8 centimeters around the impact points, this salsa does not adhere to the rest of the body and will immediately slide out of its crater and fall to the ground. Peering at the hole left behind, you will see that the nerve endings, capillaries, and even main arteries will all be instantaneously sealed off. This sledgehammer would make for a very clean murder weapon, if it wasn't for the human-sized amount of salsa you get everywhere in the process. You would need to ensure you smashed up every part of the body, though, as any disconnected limbs or tissues still function and follow orders from the brain as if nothing is wrong, as our thief learned only too well. The salsa itself is
so
good.
Fucked up.
Nothing incredible, but not that bad either. It just goes to show that if you stick an artisan label on anything, then people go crazy for it. Testing on this sledgehammer has been suspended.
So nothing
a test subject was chosen to lie with his head over a generously sized
mums.
serving bowl. Researchers swung the hammer and demolished half of the test subject's skull and brain in just one hit. Much to their surprise, however, the subject continued to exhibit all signs of consciousness, moving frantically around the room and even writing the word "helped" in the spilled salsa. The subject died 30 minutes later, the moment that researchers taste tested the dip. Since then, the sledgehammer has remained in its locker, although there is often now an air of suspicion whenever a jar of salsa shows up in the fridge in the break room. If you want to support this channel's important mission while also
nice special salsa. So they die the second their salsa is being tasted, but they survive the whole time if no one ever tastes the salsa? That's so fucked up. That's so weird. Would you use it? I don't even care for salsa. I don't even care. Oh my god. An SCP coffee machine. Sleep paralysis SCP.
The girl
yes!
had been sitting in the waiting room for at least 20 minutes now, curled up on a hard plastic chair and staring at an inspirational poster on the wall. Her eyes are bleary and unfocused, with heavy dark circles that indicate she hasn't been sleeping well. She tries to focus her attention on the poster and read the words, but she's having trouble concentrating. She keeps nodding off, only to jerk back to wakefulness when her head starts to sag. This is what life is like for her after weeks of insomnia. She was just about at the end of her rope, certain that this was going to be her life from now on, until she happened to see an ad in the newspaper for a study at a local sleep clinic. She doesn't think much of that sort of thing, but she's desperate for anything that might help her to get a good night's sleep. Eventually, the door opens, and a technician calls her into his office. The girl stumbles to her feet and drags herself inside. "Thanks for volunteering to be part of our study," says the technician. He's got a friendly smile and a soothing manner that instantly puts her at ease. It's obvious from his bedside manner that he's worked with lots of sleep-deprived patients before. He pulls out a clipboard and starts to make notes on a sheet of paper. "We've gone over your application and we think that you would be a really good fit for this project." "Thank goodness," thinks the girl. She had just about given up hope after that long wait. She half expected that they would simply tell her that she didn't qualify and send her home to try and figure out how to get over her insomnia by herself. "So you've been having trouble sleeping," says the technician. "Tell me about that."
No.
The girl hunches her shoulders. "There's not much to tell.
Application. You should know.
I've had sleep problems for years. I have really bad sleep apnea, so I've always been a rough sleeper. I toss and turn, and I wake up at least several times a night, but it's really gotten bad lately. I can barely even drift off to sleep these last few weeks." The technician nods. "That's exactly the kind of problem that we want to look into here," he says. "For this study, we're going to monitor you as you sleep and see if we can diagnose this problem."
I'm so glad you have these
She
problems.
nods. The technician keeps talking, but she's not listening. She doesn't really care about the details. The important thing is that she's going to finally get a decent night's sleep. The technician leads her to a laboratory, a large room with several simple cots arranged along the walls. Next to each cot she sees a bank of odd electronic machines. She doesn't immediately know what they're for, but she can guess. She's participated in sleep studies before, in hopes that they might be able to help cure her issues, and they usually connect machines like these to your forehead as you sleep so that they can read your pulse and brain activity. Sorry, it's not the most comfortable arrangement, says the technician.
I don't think they have
but
enough
all you have to
machine
do
for
is
all this
sleep.
forehead.
There's a bathroom down the hallway if you need to get ready for bed. When you're ready, we'll prepare you for the next step. The girl doesn't care if the cots aren't all that comfortable in the technician's opinion. This might as well be the plushest feather bed to her.
Salsa.
After changing into her nightclothes and brushing her teeth, the girl returns to the lab. She finds the technician waiting for her, holding what appears to be a perfectly ordinary CPAP machine. The girl, of course, recognizes this device. She's used these things on multiple occasions in her desperation to find a solution to her sleep apnea. They're supposed to help open up the breathing passageways to increase airflow and thus reduce the incidence of sleep apnea, but the girl has never had much luck with them. She frowns. If this study is just testing a new sort of CPAP machine, she doesn't have a lot of faith that it's going to help her much. The technician notices her dismay. I know that you've probably used these before, he says. This is just the first step. We want to see how your sleep cycles react to ordinary treatments before we try anything more radical. Okay, sure. The girl doesn't have the strength to argue. She's bone tired, and she's ready to collapse into bed. Without another word, she takes the CPAP mask from the technician and straps it to her face. She climbs into bed, and the technician attaches the hose to the machine next to the bed. He switches it on, and the machine begins to emit a familiar, comforting hum. The technician attaches several electrodes to the girl's cheeks and forehead. He starts to explain that these will allow him to monitor her sleep cycles and check for any anomalous reactions. She's barely listening at this point. I'll just be monitoring you from the next room, says the technician, pointing to a video camera in the corner of the ceiling. So don't worry about anything. If there are any problems, I'll be watching. The girl barely has the strength to nod her head in response. She's so incredibly tired. Already she's drifting into oblivion. The room is swimming before her eyes, her mind distracted by hypnagogic illusions. The technician's voice sounds like it's a million miles away. She's practically already dreaming. Her eyes close before he even leaves the room. The technician takes his station at his desk, sitting before a bank of video monitors. The grainy gray feed from the security camera shows that the girl is fast asleep in her bunk, her chest rising and falling rhythmically with her breathing. Nothing unusual going on so far. The technician takes a sip from a mug of coffee and prepares for another boring night of watching someone else sleep. Of course, he hopes that the information gleaned from his observations might be of use in helping this girl to solve her sleep problems. And he hopes in turn, that might help other people with similar sleep apnea issues as well. But for now, he's just staring at the screen with half-hearted interest. At first, everything is quiet. The CPAP machine seems to be doing the trick, allowing the girl to breathe quietly and sleep peacefully. The technician watches without interest as the girl progresses through the different levels of sleep, the monitors in front of him reflecting the changes in her biorhythms. It isn't until she reaches her second round of REM sleep, the stage in which a sleeper dreams, that something strange happens. Under her eyelids, the girl's pupils quickly flick back and forth, almost as if she's watching a film. This is totally normal behavior, of course, during REM sleep. The technician barely even looks up as the monitors register her transition into this new sleep stage. He's been working at the sleep clinic for long enough that he knows to expect this. He might not have even looked up if his coffee cup hadn't happened to finally run out. When he hefts his empty mug, mumbling to himself in annoyance that now he's going to have to walk all the way across the facility to refill it at the coffee machine in the break room.
What a tough
That's when
life.
he finally catches sight of it. It happens so suddenly that at first, the technician doesn't believe his eyes. He thinks it must be a glitch in the hardware or possibly that his own eyes are playing tricks on him.
First world problems.
He has been drinking a lot of coffee to stay awake after all. But no, it's really there. He can see that there is a second person in the room now, a large, dark silhouette standing over the girl as she sleeps. He blinks in surprise. How did someone get into the building, much less the laboratory, without him knowing? The figure is silent and motionless.
He's
It hardly
such a
seems
king
threatening,
for
but
dealing with
at the
this
same
chat,
time,
right?
it's hard not to read someone as threatening when they break into your room and stare at you as you sleep. As he watches, the figure starts to change subtly before his eyes.
Thank you,
Soon,
Chara.
it's not just a solid blob of shadow. It's coalesced into a human figure, that of a large male humanoid.
Sorry.
Its torso bulging with muscles, its arms laced with sinews, but instead of a face, this figure has the gleaming white skull of a horse. It remains standing over the girl. The girl snorts and turns in her sleep, grunting and mumbling. She's acting as if she's caught in an especially troubling nightmare and is struggling to wake up. The creature standing over her does not react to her movements, instead staring down at her with an eerie, unflappable calm. The grainy camera footage makes it hard to make out the details, but the technician is almost certain he can see the tiniest flicker, like the reflection of light in a dilated pupil, in the empty sockets of the mysterious stranger's skull. The skull doesn't react. How could it react, after all? It's just a skull. But its silence, with that rictus grin and empty sockets, only makes it more frightening than if it had reacted. The technician gulps and rises to his feet, his knees shaking. He can't let this go on. He doesn't know what kind of practical joke is going on, but he did promise the girl that he would be responsible for her safety if anything weird happened. More to the point, the presence of this masked stranger might jeopardize the results of the study. He hurries from the office, making a beeline for the laboratory. He doesn't exactly know what he's going to say or do when he confronts this stranger. He just knows that he has to do it. But then, he starts to feel sleepy himself. The closer he gets to the laboratory, the more his own body starts to defy him. His limbs feel rubbery, his eyes feel heavy, and his thoughts start to swim. Despite all the coffee in his system, he also feels himself succumbing to sleep. He's only 50 yards from the door when he finally collapses into a heap on the floor. His eyes remain wide open, staring sightlessly ahead of him, and his mouth gapes like a fish out of water. Whatever he's experiencing, whether it's something that only he can see or something in his mind, his expression reveals only abject terror. Meanwhile, at the exact moment that the technician collapses, the figure standing over the girl in the lab blinks momentarily out of existence, as if somehow reacting to the commotion outside. And when it returns, it isn't alone. A second dark figure has also appeared in the room. It too starts life as an indistinct, only vaguely humanoid shadow, but quickly starts to gain form. This one is different from the first. It's a female body, but the figure's head has a blank face devoid of eyes, mouth, or nose. This second figure ignores the sleeping girl or her strange, stoic, horse-headed observer. Instead, it starts to move, ambling toward the western wall of the room, as if it knows that the comatose technician is directly on the other side. When it reaches the wall, it does not pause. It simply phases through the solid structure, disappearing through the brick and mortar and reappearing in the hallway beyond.
Okay.
The faceless woman approaches the prone body of the technician. It squats down next to him and puts its hand under his chin, turning his head so that it can stare into his eyes, or stare as effectively as possible when it doesn't have any eyes of its own. After a few moments of silent contemplation, the faceless creature places its hand against the technician's forehead. Slowly, its hand starts to move through his head, reaching deep into his skull, as if its hand was as insubstantial as a ghost. Just as this mysterious nightmare creature was able to phase through the wall, it appears to be able to phase through flesh as well. After several moments, the faceless woman withdraws its hand and drops the technician's head. He slumps to the ground in response. The faceless woman stands up, and then it vanishes instantly. At the exact same time, the girl in the other room snorts and stirs. She blinks her eyes open. For a moment, she doesn't remember where she is. Her eyes scan the unfamiliar room for several seconds before she recalls that she was participating in a sleep study. That's right, she was trying to find out if she could find any help for her sleep apnea. Ironically, she actually slept better than normal. As she removes the CPAP mask, she wonders if maybe she ought to see about buying one of these for herself. This particular model seems to work better than the one she's tried in the past. She stretches and sits up. Just then, the technician bursts into the room. He's panicked and out of breath, and he whips his head back and forth in search of the mysterious horse-headed stranger.
Her sleep
but there's no sign of the creature now.
What?
Just like the faceless woman,
Her sleep
it seems to have vanished without a trace.
Thing.
The girl stares at him in confusion. Why is he so upset? She has no clue about what happened while she was asleep.
Sleep
Did you see it?
What are they called?
Says the technician breathlessly.
The
shadow creature.
Now.
The girl raises a skeptical eyebrow. What are you talking about? She says. I just woke up. The technician starts to sputter out an explanation, but the girl just rolls her eyes. She came here to get help with her sleep, but it sounds like the technician is the one who's got a real problem. His breathless descriptions of a horse-headed monster and a faceless woman clearly sound like bad dreams to her. You would think that a guy running a sleep study wouldn't be so easily confused like that. She's pretty sure that he probably just fell asleep at his station, and now he's embarrassed to admit that he just had a bad dream. Little do either of them know that although they won't see the strange entities again, those creatures are always going to be very, very close to them going forward. What a nightmare. But what seems like just a bad dream is, in fact, an anomaly well known to the SCP Foundation. It's formally been designated as SCP-3060.
The
Agents
machine
more often
is
refer to it as the Dream Machine.
What?
Instances of SCP-3060 are small medical devices that superficially resemble continuous positive airway pressure, or CPAP machines. The individual materials that compose SCP-3060 instances are non-anomalous and operate in the same way as a typical CPAP machine of its size and make. The Foundation currently has 5 instances of SCP-3060 in its custody. SCP-3060's anomalous effects become apparent when worn by a sleeping human. When an individual wearing an instance of SCP-3060 enters their second REM cycle, a humanoid incorporeal entity, hereafter referred to as SCP-3060-A, will appear within a 5-meter radius of the individual and stand over them until they wake up. At this point, SCP-3060-A will disappear, and the individual wearing SCP-3060 will become infected. From that point on, regardless as to whether the individual wears SCP-3060, the same SCP-3060-A entity will appear when they enter their second REM cycle each night and remain watching over them until awakening.
Damn.
While instances of SCP-3060-A appear as featureless silhouettes upon their first manifestation, they quickly take on a unique shape based on each infected individual. SCP-3060-A entities have no standard appearance, and it is not clear what factors determine the final form of any individual SCP-3060-A. Since the manifestations are connected with REM sleep, agency researchers speculate that an SCP-3060-A's appearance may be...
Did you just have like a mad voice crack?
Agency researchers speculate that an SCP...
What's that voice crack? Speculate.
Since the manifestations are connected with REM sleep, agency researchers speculate that an SCP-3060-A's appearance may be influenced by an infected sleeper's dreams. So far, observed SCP-3060-A's have included a human infant composed entirely of fused teeth, an eyeless elderly woman dressed in dark clothes, a partially disintegrated humanoid composed of ash and dressed in red lingerie, a naked humanoid covered in tire tracks and showing signs of severe crush injuries, a humanoid whose torso consisted of a large mouth, and a clown.
Okay.
A humanoid whose torso consisted of a large...
But hear me out. Okay, but hear me out.
Large mouth and a clown. Some researchers have noted that the initial shadowy appearances of SCP-3060-A recall descriptions of entities reported during bouts of sleep paralysis, but so far, no conclusive link has been found. While an SCP-3060-A instance is present, any person standing within a 50-meter radius of the infected sleeper will enter a catatonic state. At this point, an additional instance of SCP-3060-A will appear. The additional SCP-3060-A entity will then approach the catatonic subject, phasing through solid matter if the subject is in a separate room. Upon arriving at the subject, the new SCP-3060-A instance will phase its hand through the subject's skull and then vanish, causing the subject to fall asleep immediately. All subjects touched by the SCP-3060-A entity in this manner will become new instances of SCP-3060 infected upon awakening. Awakening an infected sleeper will cause the attending SCP-3060-A to immediately vanish and catatonic subjects to regain movement. All attempts to communicate with SCP-3060-A instances have thus far been unsuccessful. People infected by SCP-3060 will inevitably suffer long-term health effects, most often associated with severe sleep deprivation. After 3 days, infected individuals begin to display fatigue, mood changes, impaired performance, and memory problems, all of which are so severe that even obtaining a full night's sleep does little to dent their impact. Infected individuals often report frequent nightmares, though no central themes or correlations have been observed in the content of these dreams, nor do they seem to correspond with the appearance of the infected persons attending SCP-3060-A. Within a month, infected individuals will start having visual and auditory hallucinations, as well as delusions that their mind is being controlled by some outside force. Soon after, infected individuals descend into full psychosis as they become unable to distinguish the content of their dreams from reality. In extreme cases, after at least 2 months of infection, hair loss, conitis subita, partial or complete blindness, somatic complaints, cataplexy, and alien limb syndrome have been observed. Attempts by medical staff to
limb
alleviate these
syndrome.
conditions in the long term have thus far been met with failure, although sleep deprivation has ironically proven effective in temporarily delaying the onset of more severe symptoms. If no human subjects enter the area of an SCP-3060 infected individual's effect during REM sleep for 7 consecutive days, or the infected individual dies, an instance of SCP-3060-A will appear. The SCP-3060-A entity will then proceed to search for the nearest sleeping human. Upon locating a sleeper, SCP-3060-A will stand over them until they enter their next REM sleep cycle, at which point the SCP-3060-A entity will reach into their skull and vanish. At this point, the sleeping individual will become infected. If the sleeping individual wakes up before the process is complete, or if SCP-3060-A cannot locate a suitable subject within 3 hours, it will vanish without spreading the SCP-3060 infection. In one experiment, an infected individual was placed in a standard humanoid containment cell. 4 D-Class personnel were placed in adjoining cells. When the infected individual fell asleep and entered their second REM cycle, an SCP-3060-A entity appeared with predictable results. The first SCP-3060-A to appear resembled a headless humanoid with its arms and legs replaced by spinal columns. It stood above the infected sleeper, watching without movement, even as 4 additional instances of SCP-3060-A manifested inside the cell. All 5 SCP-3060-A instances stood in silent observation of the infected sleeper for approximately 5 minutes. By this point, all 4 D-Class personnel in adjoining cells had gone into catatonic states, seeing as they were within the 50 square meter blast zone established by the initial SCP-3060-A. Each D-Class personnel who was awake at the time of manifestation was observed to have frozen with expressions of extreme distress on their face. The 4 additional SCP-3060-A instances then began to disperse, each one moving toward a different D-Class personnel's cell, phasing through solid matter as necessary to reach the intended target. Each additional SCP-3060-A instance completed its manifestation by reaching into the skull of its target and then subsequently assuming a definite, final form before vanishing. The 4 additional SCP-3060-A's, respectively, took on the appearance of a male human with mathematical symbols in place of facial features, a humanoid composed of tightly wound thread, a featureless white humanoid dressed in a Foundation lab coat, and a featureless black humanoid dressed in a hodgepodge of regalia from different authoritarian regimes. The initial SCP-3060-A continued to stand in silent observation of the original infected sleeper after the other instances vanished, remaining so for the rest of the night until she woke up. Since SCP-3060 has not been found to differ in any way from a normal CPAP machine, SCP agents currently know very little about how SCP-3060 can cause these manifestations, who is manufacturing SCP-3060, or for what purpose. At this time, the only advice that SCP researchers can offer is this. If you're having trouble sleeping and want to make use of a CPAP machine, make sure you're buying a name brand. Otherwise, you might just be opening yourself up to a world of nightmares, insomnia, and silent but all too present nocturnal visitors.
Gross.
If you want to support this important mission while also getting influence over the anomalies we cover and an exclusive look behind the scenes, check out the Dr. Bob Patreon and become a junior researcher today.
A stalker mailbox. Oh god, I want to watch this one so bad, but it's the other channel. Mailbox. Film festival. Salesman. Doll DVD. A feral child tied to a toilet for 13 years. What the fuck is my YouTube, bro? What the fuck? What the fuck is my YouTube, bro? We saw what the fuck? What the fuck is my YouTube? My recommendations are a bit special, I would say. Like, are a bit special. Oh, angry. Okay. I wanted to watch the sentient mailbox, but the
There are no
anglerfish
streetlights on this stretch of the old narrow road which
excites
runs through a
me.
rural part of West Virginia. A car has gone off the road into a ditch and needs to be pulled out.
Wow.
A
Your
common
search
task for this tow truck
algorithm is
driver,
just screwed
and he's
to
often in the
hell.
area doing
Ain't it?
similar
Oh, it
jobs.
is.
So he's never
I
been
have
on
a
this
private
particular
YouTube
road,
I
and he
use
has
for
to
my
keep his
own
eyes
stuff, and I
peeled
have
for
a
any
stream
signs or other
YouTube.
markers that might give him
I
an
literally
idea of how
can't use
close
my
he is to
stream
his
on
turn.
YouTube anymore.
He
It's
spots something up ahead,
impossible.
but as he gets closer, he sees that it isn't a road sign, it's a billboard. As he passes by, he can make out the weathered lettering advertising a diner 20 miles down the road that's probably been closed for at least as many years. As he continues driving, he sees more dilapidated billboards
If you keep
advertising
making us
other
watch
long
this
since
wish,
shuttered
I'd rather
businesses
do it
like
real
gas
life.
stations and auto
Well
body
then,
shops. But then
off
he
you
sees
go.
one on the road ahead of him that's nothing like
I'm
the others.
watching this shit.
This one doesn't look old at all. In fact, it looks quite new. He drives by and has to question if he saw it correctly.
No, my personal
It
YouTube's
seemed
pretty
like all it
nice,
said
but
was,
it's not
"Get
really
away,"
stream
over and
material
over,
for the most
and then the
part.
name of a road.
It's a bunch
Is that
of
an
wild
invitation
guides
or a
and like
warning? It
vlogs
wasn't
and
even
stuff
clear what
like
kind of
that. It's
business it
not
might be
really
advertising.
streamer
He
material at
continues
all.
driving, but he can't quit thinking about that strange sign. He even feels compelled to turn around so he can get another look at
It
it.
has a lot of
But there's
wow,
no
yeah.
need, because
Some
as he
leak
rounds a
as
curve,
well.
there's another of the same sign. This time he slows down as he passes to get a better look, and he was right. It just says "Get away" multiple times with the name
What
of a
the fuck?
road. Wagriwa Road. Must be Native American or something.
Wagriwa.
Now he really can't get the billboard out of his mind. What does it mean? What is it advertising? And why is there a third one of them just ahead of him? He pulls his truck to the side of the road, stopping with his headlights illuminating the sign. He gets out of the truck and stands in front of the billboard. It's just the same
No,
as
I
the
did it
others.
on this account.
Get away, written over and
On my
over.
main.
Wagriwa Road.
I
You
like
can see
comments
now
on
that the
my main
background of the
account.
sign is a picture of some
I
trees
am
on a
not
gray, cloudy
ashamed.
winter day. He also notices for the first time that there's another line at the bottom. Find what you are looking for. What does it mean? Find what you're looking for on Wagriwa Road? Where even is that? There's no directions, no
Who
address,
cares?
no
Just
phone
turn
number.
around, bro.
He
Video
takes a
over.
step back from the sign and looks up and down the darkened road. What is he doing out here on the side of the road? Someone is stranded in a ditch waiting for him and he's staring at a billboard? He gets back into the truck, puts it in gear, and drives away. As he continues down the tree-lined rural road, though, he inevitably finds his thoughts turning back to the signs. Get away. But find what you're looking for? Doesn't make any sense. Or are you supposed to get away to Wagriwa Road? Who would put these up? And why do they look so new? Everything else out here looks like it's for a business that shut down years ago. What are they trying to... He suddenly slams on his brakes and comes to a screeching stop in the middle of the road. His eyes are locked on what's in front of him. His headlights aren't lighting up another billboard, though. This time, it is a worn road sign. Wagriwa Road. He can't help it. He has to know what's down this road. He
Why?
has to know
Just
what
turn
these signs are
around, bro.
about. The stuck driver can wait a few minutes longer.
Oh,
He
God.
turns his truck onto the narrow gravel road
Typical
and drives for a
horror
few hundred
movie
yards,
plot.
following it around a couple of bends as it winds through the trees until it abruptly ends. There's nothing out here. No buildings, no signs, just what looks to be a dirt path leading deeper into the woods.
He
The tow
got
truck
zero
driver switches off
survival
the ignition,
instincts,
and the road is
man.
plunged into darkness. He reaches under his seat and takes out a flashlight before getting out of the truck. He shines the light into the woods surrounding him, but there's nothing to see. No, wait. There is something, and it's coming down the path out of the trees. Phil? Phil, is that you?
Phil?
The figure that stepped out of the woods is talking to him. He shines his flashlight at them, and they raise a hand to shade their eyes from the light. Sharon, what are you doing out here? It's Sharon, the tow truck driver's ex-wife. But he thought she'd moved to Colorado after she remarried. Why would she be here? And what was she doing emerging from the woods? Phil, come here. I need to show you something. He hesitates for just a moment, but then finds that he's walking towards his ex-wife.
Red flag,
Before he can
red
reach her,
flag,
she
red
turns around
flag.
and starts
Stop it,
walking down
red
the
flag.
path back into the woods, and he follows. He
Leave
walks
her
just
be.
behind her, his flashlight illuminating the path in front of them. He thinks he hears a rustling coming from the woods next to him and searches the trees with his flashlight, but doesn't see anything. Come on, it's just a little further, she says. Where are we going? What's just a little further? What you're looking for. The woods suddenly open up, and he finds that they are standing in a clearing. She stops walking, and he pauses next to her. He opens his mouth to speak, but she quickly shushes him. Quiet, they're almost here. The tow truck driver looks around, but he doesn't see anything. Just the faint outline of trees that are barely
Holy,
visible on
it's
this
the
moonless
eggs
night.
run.
But then he watches as several creatures begin to emerge out of the woods into the clearing. They're deer? He watches as just a few come towards him at first, but then he notices that they have completely surrounded him. There must be over 20. "Turn off your light," she tells him. He obeys, and in the darkness, he can see now that there is something special about these deer. Their eyes are glowing with a pale white light. One of the smaller deer steps forward and cautiously approaches him. He squats down and holds his hand out, showing it that he means it no harm. The deer looks back nervously at a larger one that he thinks must be its mother. It looks like it nods in approval, and the smaller deer moves closer. He can clearly see its big, beautiful doe eyes glow brightly in the dark. "You're okay," he says, and leans forward to give it a reassuring pet when...
Uh-oh.
Following the mysterious disappearances of multiple people in an area of West Virginia near the town of Harper's Ferry, the SCP Foundation soon became interested in a particular stretch of road where it appeared that many of those who had gone missing had traveled just prior to their vanishing. Agents were dispatched to the area and immediately detected high levels of thaumaturgic energy, with the epicenter appearing to be on a plot of privately owned land. Investigation of local records revealed that the land was owned by a man named Richard Redkin. The Foundation staff contacted Mr. Redkin under the guise of being federal agents investigating a crime that had been committed on the property while he was away. Mr. Redkin happily cooperated with the agents, explaining to them that he had never experienced any abnormal events on the property while he was living there, but that he had not resided on the land for some time. Strangely, he claimed to not know the road as Wagriwa Road, insisting that as far as he knew, it had never had an official name, being nothing more than a long driveway out to his property. When asked if he could remember anything else abnormal about the location, he told the agents no, but that his daughter had written many fictional stories about strange happenings on the land, and perhaps those had somehow turned into rumors and then urban legends, though that was a long time ago. When the agents requested to meet with the daughter, he explained that it was impossible. She had drowned many years prior in the nearby Shenandoah River. The agents again examined the local records and found that Mr. Redkin wasn't lying. His daughter really had passed away, and her body was found in the river. The timing of this accident was quite coincidental, though, as it had occurred exactly 1 week before the first missing person in the area was reported. Quickly realizing that something was not quite right with this piece of land, the SCP Foundation authorized the purchase from Mr. Redkin, who was more than happy to sell, and a research outpost was constructed to further investigate the anomalous events, which had collectively been dubbed SCP-4434.
Hold up, pause. We got 7 ads. I wanna know. I got you, brother. I got you. 2 minutes of ads. I got you. Don't even worry about it. I fucking got you. So many ads. What is poggers? I can't see. Plink. Dude, I've been fucking watching LCS this weekend. It's been so fun. Is there another game today? I guess I can check. Because I think they should be streaming already. Yes, they are streaming. It's been so fun to watch. I can't stop. Boop, 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 boop. Yummy, thank you for the tier 3. Thank you. The LCS. What is LCS? It's like a League of Legends championships. Yeah. It's really fun to see. The last time I played League was still during the glory days where TSM just kind of literally wiped every single team always and consistently. Non-stop. That's when I still watched. And then I kind of stopped, and apparently now TSM is really not that existing anymore. At least I get that. I assume that from the memes, because everyone's just kind of memeing TSM whenever they bring them up. Oh, fuck yeah, I've been playing The War Within. Hell yeah, it's amazing. I was thinking of putting on my schedule again next week. I just don't know how, because I also want to play some more Wukong. Play The War Within. Yeah, it's rough. I also want to maybe put some ASMR into next week or maybe the week after. Yeah, I do kind of want to put WoW onto my schedule. I just can't figure out how or when I should put that on there. So I don't have a new schedule yet for next week. I still haven't really figured out what I want to do. So yeah. All right, ads are over. Let's fucking go. We're back.
Not quite right with this piece of land. The SCP Foundation authorized the purchase from Mr. Redkin, who was more than happy to sell. And a research outpost was constructed to further investigate the anomalous events, which had collectively been dubbed SCP-4434. While exploring the surrounding area, they soon found what so many others had before: the bizarre billboards imploring one to both get away as well as come to Wagriwa Road to find what you were looking for. The signs, which were designated as SCP-4434-A, were found on roads across the West Virginia, Maryland, and Virginia tri-state area, but their locations would often change, with the billboards only manifesting for short amounts of time before vanishing and reappearing elsewhere. Bizarrely, when attempts were made to photograph or videotape the signs, the resulting footage would show only a blank white sign. The Foundation knew that they needed to investigate further, and several experiments were authorized to find just what was happening on the land at the end of the mysterious road. A D-Class personnel, D-84021, was given a radio and implanted with GPS locators in his neck, torso, and thigh, and sent down the road with orders to report back on what they experienced. Though unlike the people who had gone missing, he was not shown the billboard prior to entering the area. The D-Class walked to the end of the road, where he reported that a creature was emerging from a path leading into the woods. He soon exclaimed that the creature was a dog that he used to own. The researchers monitoring the test were confused, since the dog had apparently been deceased for some time, and yet, here it was standing in front of him.
Did they see the dog on the footage?
Although the D-Class had seemed hesitant at the start of the mission, once he saw his childhood dog, all of his fears were set aside, and he willingly followed it deeper into the forest. After 90 seconds, the D-Class reported that he had entered a clearing and was being surrounded by a group of deer. The report stopped soon after and were replaced by the sound of screams as D-84021 was attacked and apparently consumed by the deer. 2 of the 3 GPS trackers remained active for the next 40 minutes, and SCP researchers followed their path as they moved to the middle of the clearing and then appeared to enter a sinkhole or cave of some sort, where they traveled slowly in a winding pattern downward until contact was lost. Following this test, the Foundation researchers suspected that the creature that would emerge from the woods, which had been designated as SCP-4434-B, was able to change forms into one that would be trusted by those who entered the 4434 area. The deer, on the other hand, seemed to always maintain their appearance, and the whole group was designated as SCP-4434-C. The tests were far from over, though. For the next, 2 D-Classes were sent into SCP-4434 in order to see what form 4434-B would take when more than one person was present. Just like before, an entity emerged from the woods, but this time, it took the form of a young man in a suit who immediately offered to clear any and all debts the D-Classes held, as well as expunging their criminal records, freeing them from their life as test subjects. All they would need do is follow him into the woods. The agents monitoring the test ordered the D-Classes not to follow the man, but they were ignored, and the researchers listened as they instead began conversing
you can't tell me what to do, I'm a free man now.
Seeming to be quite interested in his offer. They
Very
soon followed him into the
believable.
woods, and just over 2 minutes later, they too were attacked and consumed by SCP-4434-C. It appeared now that once someone entered the SCP-4434 area, they were all but helpless to resist the compulsive effects of SCP-4434-B. The Foundation researchers wanted to test the limits of SCP-4434's power, and so they then came up with a rather creative procedure for the next test. Another D-Class personnel was sent down the road, but this one was wearing a body harness that was connected to a pulley system, as well as being equipped with a camera. He was ordered to wait at the edge of the SCP-4434 area until the 4434-B entity appeared. The entity soon emerged, taking the form of a middle-aged woman. As soon as the D-Class was seen conversing with the entity and agreed to follow it, the pulley was engaged in order to forcibly pull him out of the area.
Not my first rodeo
an entirely
either.
unexpected event.
And I hate
the
to
middle-aged
admit
woman quickly produced a knife and with a
that
supernatural
I
speed
too have
severed the
done the
rope on the
same
pulley
with
system.
protein shake.
The now free D-Class stood up, followed the woman
You
into
are
the
not
woods,
alone.
and was consumed soon after. The researchers were growing frustrated with their lack of advancement in understanding the anomaly, and so for the 4th test, they decided to take quite extreme measures. A drone was used to fly over the area, which identified the mouth of the cave that the GPS trackers had been taken into. It was a 3.5-meter wide hole in the ground, too dark to see anything past the entrance, and the drone installed an anchor point in the ground at the mouth of the hole before flying in to explore further. But the signal was almost immediately lost. Progress had been made, though. Yet another D-class was selected, this time one who had climbing experience. D84041 was warned in advance that the SCP-4434-B entity would appear to her and would have a compulsive effect, and that she was to ignore them no matter what form they took, and instead proceed as quickly as possible to the cave, which had been designated as SCP-4434-D. D84041 was taken to the road, and she immediately began running down the path into the woods. She was able to reach the mouth of the cave without seeing any anomalous entities, neither 4434-B nor the carnivorous deer. She quickly attached the rope she had brought to the anchor that was installed by the drone and began rappelling into the hole. As she descended down, she described the normal, rocky cave, one that grew wetter the further down she went. Surprisingly, she soon reached the bottom, where she found a spherical room, roughly 8 meters across. But this was not anything like the entrance to the cave. The floor of this room wasn't made of rock or dirt.
Ooh,
it was more like flesh, and it appeared to be breathing. And there was something else down there too, a folded piece of paper with writing on it. The D-Class was ordered to pick up the paper, take a sample of the cave floor, and exit the area as soon as possible, as there was no way to predict if the SCP-4434-B and C entities, or something worse, would soon appear. After taking a sample, she began climbing out of the cave. When she emerged, there were still no signs of any anomalous creatures, but she quickly made her way down the road and out of the SCP-4434 area. When she reached the waiting agents at the edge of the area, D84041 handed them the sample and the paper that she found, but then stopped and turned around. There on the ground, roughly 5 meters away, was a plate of food. Without any hesitation, she walked back into the SCP-4434 area, picked up the plate, and walked back into the woods. She was never seen again. It was now clear that 4434-B could take forms other than just humanoids and animals. As the objects that the D-Class had managed to get out of SCP-4434 were analyzed, the area's former owner, Richard Redkin, was again questioned by Foundation agents. They asked him if there was anything he failed to mention in their previous interview, and he told them that there was one thing that he preferred not to normally discuss. Just before his daughter's death, in addition to her fascination with writing and coming up with stories, she had become obsessed with the occult. When they asked him about the paper they had found within SCP-4434-D, he told them that it was very likely that she had written it. The SCP Foundation now understood why they had detected so many thaumaturgic particles in the area, which is the residual energy left over from a particular form of ritualistic practice that is more commonly known as magic or witchcraft. The contents of the paper found in the cave seemed to add additional weight to the theory that his daughter may have been involved in a ritual that led to the creation of SCP-4434, because written on the single page is a poem which reads, "The forest is a sea, the wind is the waves, and the water is the leaves. The streams become undercurrents, the birds become fish, and coral finds its home as fungus, growth sprouting as I wish. The ground is the shore, pulling me by the feet, dragging me down and pulling me back and forth on repeat. I dove down past the light, down where I couldn't breathe, and found nature looking for a fight. Yes, the forest is a sea, but I've made it barely big enough for me. The forest is a sea, so now something's bound to come eat." Things only became more mysterious, though, when Foundation researchers performed a DNA test on the sample taken from the bottom of the SCP-4434-D cave. What they found was that it was, just as D84041 had described, a flesh-like substance, and that it was a 78.9% match to Melanocytus johnsoni, better known as the deep-sea anglerfish. And there was one final discovery to be made as well. Linguistic teams within the Foundation investigated the name of the road that had appeared on the SCP-4434-A billboards, and discovered that the word was very similar to the Native American Tutelo tribe word Wagriwa, which roughly translates to the phrase, "I have come back." Now you should come back as well by subscribing and turn on notifications to make sure you don't miss a single anomaly like SCP-054, the water nymph, another strange and perhaps misunderstood creature. As we
misunderstood. Water smash. The water nymph. Oh my, she's got them glistening little water droplets. Not the stretch. Yes, the stretch. Yes. Unstretch. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. I think we've done plenty today. It is 11 goddamn p.m. It's been 4.5 hours. I'm gonna treat myself to some chicken nuggets and LCS.
Water nymph? More like water nympho. I can definitely fix her in about 20 seconds.
I can fix her. I can fix her. I swear. I can fix her. Let's see. What do we do? Ooh, 1 year anniversary. How fun. Lads. Channel cannot rate itself. What? Oh my fucking! I copied my own fucking channel. I'll just fucking write it.
Thank you for sharing your time with us. It is always appreciated. Wishing Lily and the Shrimpies a safe rest of your night.
You too.
Lovers.
Something in my eye. Yo, you're rating these Shy Lily? No way, that's crazy. Yeah, I don't know what to do for a schedule yet. I'll try and work something out tomorrow and or tonight while watching LCS, I guess. I'll figure it out. I don't know. I'll have to see. I love you, chat. You're the best. I'll see you tomorrow. Regardless of whatever we do. Worst case scenario... Oh, sorry, I have something in my eyes. Worst case, I'll upload a schedule that just says, hey, I am live streaming. I don't know what I'm live streaming, but I'm live streaming. Alright, lads. Love you. See you and goodbye. See you. Goodbye. Toodaloos. Bye-bye. Goodbye. I'll see you. Goodbye. Be nice to Kika. Love you.